What? Have to be in two
There at
places.
EPA, where you guys are.
Wanted to put it in my open. Well, because I'm going to read that
No.
first. Ready?
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining the Board of Environmental Safety meeting today. My name is Jessica Swan, and I am a DTSC Public Participation Specialist, and I'll be assisting and facilitating this meeting today. So this meeting is being recorded, and by your continued participation, it is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is August 25th, 2022 at exactly 10 a.m., and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you, Jessica. Will you call the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. Jeannie Rizzo,
Present.
Shushma Bhatia,
Present.
Georgette Gomez,
Present.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker,
Present.
Lizette Ruiz.
Present.
5 of 5 board members are present and quorum is established. So I will now review some logistics for today's meeting. So today's meeting is available in English and Spanish. If you are joining through the Zoom link and would like to participate in Spanish, please select the interpretation icon from the toolbar as shown on the slides here. For our participants who have joined in room, our interpreters are located in the back right corner of the room. And if you would prefer to participate in Spanish, please head that way and they can assist you with getting a headset. I will now have Mark Gutierrez, one of our interpreters, explain that for our Spanish joining members.
Y muy buenos días a todos que nos acompañan por medio de Zoom. Queremos dejarles saber que el programa de hoy está siendo interpretado al vivo, al español. Para acceder al canal en español, por favor, busque el icono con un globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice Interpretation. De ahí seleccione su idioma Spanish o español. Tendrá la opción entonces de escuchar el programa entero en español. Si usted se encuentra en la sala y desea participar, aquí tenemos aparatos auditivos. Por favor, abórdeme y le ayudaremos con eso. Back to you, Jessica. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you also to Fabiola Aranda, who is also interpreting for us today. Next slide, please. So evacuation information, please locate the nearest exit to you. Probably the best exit is going to be, for anyone joining us in person, is going to be the doors behind us and head directly to the stairs. Please do not use the elevator in the event of an emergency. If you cannot use the stairs, staff will endeavor to assist you getting down the stairs. And should we have to relocate out of the building, please obey all traffic signs and exercise caution when crossing streets. So drinking fountains and restrooms are out these double doors, past the stairs, and then you're going to go to the right through the elevator hallway, which is what I've been calling it, and then to the left is going to be the closest restrooms for us today. So we encourage masks while we're in the meeting room and while we're sitting together, but it is up to your personal preference. Meeting materials are available in English and Spanish on the website, which is bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And we also have hard copies on the sign-in table. The chat is disabled in the Zoom function to ensure that we're all focusing on the same conversation. Closed captioning for Zoom is on as well. You can also move the closed captioning anywhere on the screen so that it's convenient for you, or turn it off altogether. For those of us, again, joining through Zoom, please stay muted throughout the meeting, as well as turn your camera off for the purposes of bandwidth, unless you are commenting or presenting. Next slide, please. So there will be several opportunities throughout the meeting for public comment. If you have joined in person, you can please complete one of these comment cards. They are also available at the sign-in table in the back. You can put them in either one of these baskets or in the basket that's at the sign-in table. If you have joined on the Zoom link, you will raise your hand as it shows on the slide to get in queue for whichever agenda item that you would like to comment on. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you can email us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. So unless otherwise stated throughout the meeting, comments will be limited to 2 minutes, but that could change at the discretion of the board chair. Time will be doubled for participants who are expressing their comment in Spanish to allow for consecutive translation. That concludes our review of the logistics this morning, and we will now move on to agenda item 2, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I want to open today's meeting with deep gratitude for the interest and enthusiasm for the work of our board, the Board of Environmental Safety, from scores of dedicated community members, representatives of the regulated community and organizations throughout the state, but especially for the staff of DTSC and Cal EPA, including the direct support of many members of the teams who are here today, the director, the deputy director of HR, thank you, finance, IT, public participation, communications. Takes a lot to launch us, and we really appreciate the support we've had from DTSC teams. You'll hear today from the permit team and also from our new attorney in the Office of Legal Counsel. But I personally want to express my deep appreciation for the leadership of Secretary Blumenfeld, who is leaving Cal EPA next week, I think, as most of you know. I've long admired Jared from his time at the San Francisco Department of the Environment, through our work together when he was with Region 9 EPA, and now as Secretary of Cal EPA in the Newsom administration. He was a relentless force in working with Dr. Williams and her team and Assembly Member Garcia and the governor and many of you in this room that made the reform of DTSC not only possible, but a priority. We will continue to work with the department with great enthusiasm, and I personally will miss Jared. We welcome the new secretary, Yana Garcia. Yana brings a wealth and depth of experience in this vital leadership position, and I do look forward to meeting her and working with her. I hear great things. She previously served in various leadership roles at Cal EPA, and she's focused on environmental justice and tribal affairs. Over the course of our short tenure, 5+ months, we've heard from members of the public asking for our intervention on some matters that do not fall in our scope of responsibilities and authorities. So I felt I wanted to address those pretty clearly today. That said, we recognize the importance of the concerns and issues raised and are directing them to DTSC where appropriate and tracking them as we establish our review process. We continue to welcome your comments and ask for your patience as we do our best to ramp up our staffing. That said, in summary, I want to review what our authorities are. We understand and accept responsibility to implement the mandates set forth in SB 158 that fall under our governance responsibilities, including hearing and deciding permit appeals, which is the focus of today's meeting, providing opportunities for public hearings for permitted and remediation sites, which we have not yet established our protocols for that. Today's reviewing and approving the director's priorities, which will happen in the early part of next year, and adopting performance metrics that include DTSC's programs, their relationship with related programs and other agencies. This includes working with the director to establish clear performance metrics for the department. We will hear and approve DTSC's contemporary hazardous waste management plan. That won't be until 2023, 24, 25, but we're seeking input and gathering information all along the way. We will conduct an analysis of DTSC's fee rate structure and make recommendations for any further changes. As you all know, that fee structure was already amended There's not an urgent issue for us at this moment. Over the course of the next year, we will be addressing that issue. We'll establish an ombuds program and integrate it into all of our work. Hiring process is underway for that position. We'll establish subcommittees, including environmental justice, to work with DTSC's Office of Environmental Equity. Establish other sub and advisory committees, as well as liaisons, as reflected in each board member's priority areas that you will hear from each of them later on in the meeting, talking about the areas and subcommittees that they're working on. We'll report to the Secretary of Cal EPA and the legislature annually, and as called upon, including a review of the director's performance. Briefly, a couple of key activities since our July 12th meeting, which feels like just yesterday for those of you who were here most recently. We presented to the California Council of Environmental and Economic Balance. I testified before the Joint Oversight Committee of the Assembly and Senate. So that's the Assembly Committee on Environmental Safety and Toxic Materials, as well as the Senate Environmental Quality Committee. For those of you who have nothing to do one evening and you want to view the hearing, by all means, go to our website. Everything is posted there. We hired our full-time attorney. As much as we loved Greg Lyle, all of us had great and deep affection. For those of you who were here last time, you know our farewell was sincere, and we've hired Greg Forrest because we like the name Greg.
Shannon?
And so
Not right,
Greg
but
is
anyway.
at the end. He comes to hear
You don't have
from
to do that.
comes to us from the Office of Legal Counsel. You'll be hearing from him later. We're very, very pleased to have Greg on board. We're working with our executive officer hiring staff and Executive Officer Sharma, which is, there she is, down the end, sorry. It used to be this way. Anyway, you'll hear from her about our hiring process. Today's meeting is jam-packed, and I'd like to say fun-filled, as we seek public input to guide our review and establishment of the permit appeals process that this board will adopt, hopefully within the next 3-4 months, so that we can begin hearing permit appeals. The agenda includes presentations on the current permitting process, as well as an overview of what we'll now call the previous permit appeals procedures. We posted an open invitation for public presentation, and we had one response from Ingrid Brostrom. She responded and she will present today. There will be more opportunities over the next 2 meetings for anyone else who wants to present to us more formally, not just in public comments, about their thinking about the permit appeals process. You'll hear more from subcommittee members overseeing this process, including, future opportunities. Seems to be my weakness. Future opportunities to participate in workshops and board meetings. Lizette Ruiz and Alexis Hacker. They are co-chairs of the subcommittee working on permit appeals. And there'll be multiple opportunities over the course of today for you to comment after presenters and in the general comment period. You'll hear from board members and their subcommittees, as I said, on their priority areas of work, including performance measurement and reporting, with another presentation later in the day by Ingrid Brostrom on her recommendations for environmental justice metrics. So that's something that over the course of the next months, we'll also be incorporating our thoughts and oversight responsibilities in that area. Our first presenters today are Wayne Lawrenson. Wayne is the division chief for permitting, and also Mohammed Omer, who's the acting branch chief for permitting. And they will walk us through the current permit process. That's not changing. Permitting will remain the same. It's permit appeals that will change over time. While board members of groups of just 1 or 2 have received these presentations, we've not had the opportunity as a full board to discuss them and ask questions when we're all together in one room. So, and it's also good to get the refresher. I'm sorry we didn't memorize your entire presentation, so I'm sure some of it will be new to us as well today. We will further, and as we speed up the permitting platform will then move to permit appeals process, led by subcommittee members as well. And Paul Ruffin, who's the hazardous substance engineer, and our attorney, Greg Forrest, as well as Ingrid, will present on that, present on the process that was used heretofore. So you all know we're in a hiatus, a waiting period, but Paul is tremendously experienced. He's the assistant director. I'm sorry, he's not the assistant director. He's like the guy who handled permit appeals previously. So we're really eager to hear from him, and as well as Ingrid, who is the assistant director for the Center of Race, Poverty, and the Environment. After a lunch break, which I'm sure by then we'll all be amazingly ready, we'll entertain public comments for items not on the agenda. We were asked to try to specify a time frame so that people calling in remotely, watching on Zoom, have some idea of when they can make public comments for items not on the agenda. So it will be immediately following lunch, and we'll also have reports from DTSC Director Williams, Executive Officer Sharma. So we fully expect our meeting to be over by 5 p.m. And I hope you all brought snacks. And here we are. Okay, thank you. What do I do now, Jessica? Pardon?
We can turn it over.
Right now. Okay, so now Wayne and Mohammed, thank you. They will be presenting to us on the permit process. That's important for all of us to understand as we go into the next phase of understanding permit appeals. You can't understand what to appeal if you don't understand how the permits were derived to begin with. So here we go. Thank you, Wayne. Yeah.
There we go. Chair Rizzo, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity for us to present to you today. My name is Wayne Lorenzen. I'm the Division Chief for Permitting at DTSC, and I'm joined by Mohammed Omer, who is an acting branch chief in the Permitting Division. I'm really happy to be here in person, and I've met a few of you, and I've talked about 3D, and people are probably tired of hearing me say 3D, but it's really a pleasure to be here and see people's faces in the third dimension. And I'm hoping that we provide a third dimension to the permitting process today through this presentation. So I hope it's helpful for you. And this slide shows the information that we'll be sharing today. I'll talk a little bit about what types of businesses request permits and what different types of permit decisions that we make. I'll show you where the permitted facilities are located and some information about what they do. I'll spend some time talking about the process to make permit decisions, and then I'll turn it over to Mohammed to talk about permit modifications and other types of authorizations. My section will take approximately 20 minutes, and Mohammed's will take about 20 minutes as well. So starting off with the types of businesses that request permits and what different types of permit decisions we make, the answer begins with the generators. Californians generate hazardous waste, and permitted facilities treat, store, or dispose of that waste. Non-electric vehicles and even hybrids use oil. Oil in your engine is not a hazardous waste, but eventually your oil needs to be changed. Once that oil is extracted from your vehicle, it becomes used oil, and in California must be managed as a hazardous waste. Hazardous waste is hazardous because it can harm people or the environment. It's waste because you have no further use for it. Recycling stations like the one pictured on the slide on the left, and car dealerships play a key role in managing our hazardous waste in safe ways. They are also hazardous waste generators. Over 100 million gallons of used oil are generated each year in California. E-waste recycling events, like the one pictured in the upper right, generate hazardous waste because computers and electronic equipment contain hazardous components, and we drop them off because we don't want them anymore. It's waste. Many of us use hazardous chemicals and products in our homes. You might recognize things you use in the picture in the lower right. When we need to get rid of those items, we generate household hazardous waste, including batteries, light bulbs, bug sprays, fertilizers, bleach, weed killers, and many other products. Oil change stations, e-waste collection events, and household hazardous waste collection facilities don't typically need a hazardous waste facility permit because they don't treat or dispose of the waste and they can only store for a short period of time. They send all of that waste to other facilities that do treat or dispose, and those destination facilities are the operations that request hazardous waste facility permits from DTSC. Okay.
It's a test of the Sacramento County Wireless
Okay,
Emergency
this-
Alert.
that was a
Perfect timing.
test, in case all of you were wondering
So
if we
for
had
everyone-
accompanying music.
For everyone who's
um,
joined us on Zoom,
There you go.
we just had a test of the Sacramento. Okay,
Wireless-
hi, mine
Wireless
came late.
Emergency Alert.
So, okay. Sorry about that for everyone who got that loud and
We're
clear.
just
over
showing
Zoom.
off for everybody. letting
But
you
it all went
know
off on our
it
cell
does
phones, so
work.
we have all been
They use like
tested,
Ford
and
ringtone.
we're going to go ahead and resume with Wayne's presentation. Thank you so much.
Great segue into the next slide. DTSC registers transporters to transport hazardous waste from the generator to a destination. This cartoon shows what happens behind the gates and the storefront when someone drops off their household hazardous waste to a collection facility. Waste is segregated so that it goes to the appropriate destination. Many wastes are recycled and are used again in a different form. Some must be treated or neutralized, some must be incinerated, and some are sent to hazardous waste landfills. Many of those destination facilities are operations that request hazardous waste facility permits from DTSC. Looking at more sources of hazardous waste generation, on the left in the slide shown on the picture, fires throughout the state generate hazardous waste as useful materials become essentially discarded. Emergency response crews come across items such as propane tanks, smoke detectors, ammunition, solvents, and paints, which must be managed as hazardous waste. In the upper right is a picture of grape trellises in the Napa Valley. Treated wood has beneficial uses for piers, roadside railings, train tracks, and the grape industry. Treated wood is hazardous waste when it is discarded. In the lower right pane is a picture of Portola High in Irvine. We want our kids to be safe. Cleaning up sites to build schools generates hazardous waste as contaminated soils are removed. All of this hazardous waste ends up being treated, recycled, or disposed at some other destination site. Many of those destination facilities are operations that request hazardous waste facility permits from DTSC. Hazardous waste is generated throughout the state from over 80,000 documented sources in all areas of the state. But technically, we are all generators of hazardous waste. The Hazardous Waste Management Plan will provide more accuracy in the future, but previous research showed the average hazardous waste generated between 1995 and 2017 was 4.5 billion pounds per year, with a B, billion. And that works out to an average of 113 pounds per Californian. The pie chart in this slide shows what 2018 hazardous waste generation looked like. 32% of it was e-waste, batteries, and universal waste types. 26% was from contaminated soils, from site cleanups, 16% from used oil, and everything else, a total of 26%, represented less than 4% for each category. In 2018, there were over 17,320 different locations within California generating more than a ton of hazardous waste. Hazardous waste is generated in all corners of the state by all of us. All of it ends up at some destination site. Many of those destination facilities are operations that request hazardous waste facility permits from DTSC. And this slide just summarizes the previous slides. All of the hazardous waste has to go somewhere to be recycled, treated, or disposed. DTSC regulates generators, transporters, and destination facilities to protect people and the environment by setting rules that must be followed when managing hazardous waste. Those destinations on the right of this cartoon are the types of sites that DTSC receives permit applications for. DTSC makes decisions on a few different types of permit applications and issues a few different types of permits. RCRA, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, was enacted in 1976. When RCRA was written, it was Congress' intent for the states to take responsibility for implementing the hazardous waste regulations. In order for a state to take the lead, it must be authorized by US EPA. RCRA requires authorization to ensure state programs are at least equivalent to and consistent with federal rules. US EPA establishes minimum federal standards. A state that has received final authorization, known as an authorized state, implements and enforces its own hazardous waste regulations. California is an authorized state, and we implement our own regulations. A RCRA permit is a permit that authorizes activities and equipment that would be required in any state in the United States. Every authorized state must at least embody the restrictions imposed federally. DTSC calls our permits RCRA equivalent permits because California has more restrictions than are required federally. For example, a RCRA equivalent permit requires the permittee in California to fund financial assurance for corrective action before a hazardous waste facility permit is issued. A RCRA permit issued outside of California may not require such assurance. It depends on the state. The Kettleman Hills landfill is an example of a facility with a RCRA permit because it can accept federally specified hazardous waste. A non-RCRA permit is a permit issued in California that would not be required under the Federal Act and may not be required outside of California. Used oil transfer facilities are examples of facilities with non-RCRA permits. Used oil is not necessarily a hazardous waste federally, but it is a hazardous waste in California. Used oil transfer facilities consolidate shipments of used oil into tanks where they are then transferred to trucks for transportation to other facilities that recycle the used oil. These facilities would not be required to have a permit federally, but in California, we do require. A standardized permit is a subset of non-RCRA permits available to facilities that meet certain criteria, including storing and treating only limited amounts of waste. Standardized permits can require lower liability coverage for sudden accidental occurrences. Standardized permits include fewer submittal requirements and compliance with fewer standards because those submittal requirements and standards are in place for activities not eligible under a standardized permit. Used oil transfer facilities are also examples of facilities with standardized permits if their volumes are low enough. A non-RCRA permit that is not a standardized permit is called a state-only permit. Operating permits authorize operation for treatment, storage, or disposal activities and impose restrictions and requirements. Most operating permits allow a facility to accept hazardous waste from off-site. Post-closure permits, on the other hand, authorize activities necessary to maintain a closed facility where waste is left in place and impose restrictions and requirements. A post-closure permit does not allow a facility to accept hazardous waste from off-site. Landfills ultimately must maintain post-closure permits. Some facilities that have had releases from permitted units in the past and that can't be cleaned up also must apply for a post-closure permit. There are currently 101 facilities in the state with 106 permits. Some facilities have more than one permit. There are 74 operating permits and 32 post-closure permits. Some operating permits also include post-closure authorizations.
Go back one. No, the one with the numbers.
There it is. Of the 74 operating permits in California, 47 are RCRA equivalent, 24 are standardized, and 3 are state-only permits. Around 30 of the operating facilities in California accept used oil and/or antifreeze and take some part in recycling, whether it's to consolidate small batches into large batches, store for transfer, or refine the oil into a product. There are around 10 operating facilities that are engaged in e-waste or plastics recycling. There are many e-waste facilities that can operate under alternative management standards, and they don't need a permit. Around 10 of the operating facilities shown on this map conduct some form of precious metal recovery. Around 10 engage in some form of solvent recovery. About 10 of the sites are large oil refineries. There are around 10 federal facilities, 3 Air Force bases, 2 Navy, and 3 national labs. There are 2 operating hazardous waste landfills in California. And just to give you an idea about the universe of the sites, jumping for some reason. So just so you know, there are approximately 550 closed sites in California. Those are sites that had at some point some form of authorization and are now closed and don't need a post-closure permit. And we don't see very many new applications come in. They're very rare. This slide shows the permit decision process for new applications and for renewal applications. The process is shown in distinct phases. Our permits are issued for a term of up to 10 years. So most of our process entails new applications from existing operations. We require new applications every time a permit application is submitted, and we conduct the same complete reviews for renewal applications that we conduct for brand new applications. In the pre-application phase, we first meet with our enforcement group to talk about any non-compliance issues and any problems we might need to consider when reviewing the permit application. We send reminder letters 1 year before applications are due and set pre-application meetings with the applicant to sit down and set expectations for what we expect to see in the permit application and what they can expect from our process. The applicant then usually hires a consultant to prepare the application. This phase ends when the applicant submits the application. When DTSC receives an application, we jump into the administrative review phase. And we do a quick review to make sure all of the required pieces are there. These are very lengthy applications and must include this is a long list of things, so bear with me. Detailed operations plans, waste analysis plans, chemical and physical analyses of the waste proposed to be accepted, contingency plans for fires, explosions, or releases, design plans for equipment and buildings, seismic analysis, 100-year floodplain analysis, closure plans, cost estimates for closure and contingent post-closure, community profiles, health risk assessments, tank assessments, engineering certifications, and many other pieces. There are also additional submittal requirements for specific types of hazardous waste management units, such as for landfills, surface impoundments, containment buildings, storage areas, waste piles, and many others. We complete this administrative review within 30 days and then issue either a completeness determination or an incompleteness determination. If the application is incomplete, we notify the applicant of what pieces are missing and then set a deadline for submittal for a revised application. Once the application is complete, meaning all of the pieces are there, we begin our technical review. All of the pieces may be there, but we need to check them to see if they meet the standards. All of the submittal requirements also have standards that are defined in our regulations. In this phase, we do a deeper dive into the application and identify whether or not the proposed operation meets those standards. The standards are prescriptive, they're very conservative, and they're written to require permitted facilities to be designed and operate in a safe way. They include design specifications, frequency of inspections, air emission standards, environmental monitoring requirements, and many others. There are over 1,000 standards in the regulations. We issue notice of deficiencies to applicants who have not demonstrated that they have met the standards and provide instructions on how to revise their applications to meet the standards. To meet the standards, oftentimes applicants must do additional significant work. Common examples for permitting are hiring drilling rigs to take soil core samples. Permitting doesn't hire them, but the facilities do. Hiring experts to measure the thickness of tanks, purchasing and installing new equipment, and conducting studies. This is the longest part of our process and results in DTSC changing the way facilities operate so that they're safer. It's also during this phase that we identify the appropriate CEQA document to use when we do make a final decision. The last two phases on this slide, the draft decision and the final decision, I'll go into a bit more detail in the next slides. After the technical review, we make a decision about whether to issue a draft permit or deny the permit application. Most of the time we issue a draft permit, but sometimes when an applicant is unable to provide the required information, or if we keep asking for the same information, or if we have determined the operation isn't protective, or if there's a history of severe non-compliance, we will deny a permit application. Whether we decide to issue a draft permit or deny the application, the process is exactly the same. A draft permit is not like a driver's license. It includes a list of prohibitions called permit conditions. It's a legal document that includes restrictions on the operations of the facility and binding requirements that must be followed. The last draft permit that DTSC released for public comment just last week, August 19th, includes over 150 pages of permit conditions. We release a public notice that describes our proposed decision and include the documents we are asking for comment on. For a draft permit, we will release the proposed permit, a statement of basis or fact sheet that describes the basis for the conditions, and a public notice with information about the public comment period, who to contact with questions or provide comments to, the date and time of any public hearing that's scheduled, and links to EnviroStore for more information. This is an important phase for us because we need the community and stakeholder perspective before making a final decision. Binders and binders of data and analysis don't provide the complete picture of the facility operation. And we need to understand how the operation impacts the community in ways that we can't see in the application. We also need to understand the perspective from the applicant, and the public comment period is also open to their comments. We hold the comment period for at least 45 days and provide a public hearing if there is interest in the draft decision. Most of our draft decisions have little to no interest. We have several facilities with very high interest. We consider all of the input we receive and evaluate whether each comment gives us new information that would change our decision or the conditions for approval. And then the last part of our process is the final decision. After the public comment period ends, we enter the last phase of the permitting process. We receive comments from members of neighboring communities, stakeholders who have an interest in the permit decision, employees who work at the facility, organizations who oppose the business operations, business interests in support of the facility operations, and owners of the facility. This is where we look at all of the comments we received and consider how to incorporate them. Does the comment raise a fundamental flaw in the decision we made? Does the comment necessitate a revision of permit conditions? Do we need to add permit conditions? Does the comment raise an issue already addressed through permit conditions? These are some of the questions we ask when looking at comments. As we go through the comments, we start preparing a response to comments where we document our rationale for considering each comment. Most of our permit decisions don't result in a large number of comments, and we receive no comments for many permit decisions. Conversely, we have a few permit decisions where we have received and can expect to receive a very large number of comments, exceeding 5,000 individuals in one case that I can think of, resulting in a response to comments document in a length of over 2,300 pages. At the end of this phase, we issue a notice of final decision to anyone who made a comment and anyone on our list of interested parties. We include information on how to access the response to comments. The final decision can be a different decision than the draft decision and can also result in a final permit that is different from the initial draft permit. At this point, the permitting process is complete and the final decision would be subject to whatever appeals procedures the board puts in place. We have more to share about other permit modifications and other forms of authorization, and I'll hand it over to Mohammed Omer to take us to the end.
Thank you, Wayne, and welcome, Mohammed. We'll have public comments after the full presentation. Thank you.
For going over the permitting process and also for I can hold it. Let's see. There we go. Thank you, Wayne, for going over the permitting process and also for gamely taking the brunt of all of the Sacramento County emergency notifications. My name is Mohammed Omer. I'm an acting branch chief in the DTSC permitting division. And for this next part of our presentation, I'm going to speak briefly about some of the other kinds of permits and authorizations that DTSC oversees, as well as briefly about the improvements that we have implemented into our program over the last few years. So we have now heard about what we may consider to be the standard or default permitting process. That is, a decision is made by a facility that they would like to apply for a new or renewed permit, then followed by the pre-application phase, the submission of that application, its thorough review by our staff, the work we do with facilities to ensure that the law is followed and that conditions are in place to protect people and the environment, the publication of a draft permit decision and the public comment period, our review and response to the comments, publication of a final permit decision, and I believe this will come later on, but if necessary, a permit appeal. There are, however, different kinds of permit decisions beyond the one which I've just mentioned and that Wayne went into such great detail with. DTSC also processes permit modifications, emergency permits, and research development and demonstration permits. We also work with local agencies who authorize facilities operating under what is called permit by rule authorization. I will discuss each of these in the next, in the coming slides. So after a permit application has been received and reviewed, the public has had a chance to weigh in on the draft decision, and a final permit is then issued. A permit may then be modified. A permit may be modified for a number of reasons. And then based on that reason, we classify modifications differently. Some of these modifications, some of these reasons are minor. For example, changes in the name or the contact information for a facility's owner. Or if new regulations have been put into law and the facility then needs to come into compliance with those regulations, these are what we call Class 1 permit modifications. A Class 1 star or a Class 1 asterisk modification may be changed to, may be related to, for example, changing an environmental monitoring program with prior approval from DTSC. A Class 2 modification may be necessary due to changes in, for example, emergency procedures in the case of a hazardous waste spill. And then finally, a Class 3 modification. These are generally the most involved and are related to a facility needing to add entire programs, for example, environmental monitoring or corrective action to their permit. Next slide, please. Thank you. These modifications, as you may have gathered, for Class 1 and Class 1 star, as you may have gathered, are pretty simple and generally have no to minimal impact on the current facility operations or their health or environmental impacts. In these cases, the facility has to send DTSC a notice at least 30 days before the planned date of implementation of this modification, and to make clear to us what is changing. The facility must also send a notice to all of the members of the public on that facility mailing list, as well as appropriate members of their state and local government in that area. And then this notice must be sent no later than 90 days after the change is put into effect. Any person may request DTSC to review a Class 1 modification as well. And then for the Class 1 star modifications, DTSC must provide a written approval before the change is to be made. For a Class 2 modification request, as you'll recall, these have maybe a little more impact than Class 1 on the facility's operations. And the example that I had used was a change in emergency procedures in the case of a spill of hazardous waste at the facility. Similarly to Class 1 and Class 1 star, the applicant must submit a modification request to DTSC explaining what that proposed modification is and why it is a Class 2. This time, the public notice must also be published in a major local newspaper and sent to the public within 7 days of notice to DTSC and not 90 days after. A 60-day comment period and a public meeting must also be arranged by the permit applicant or the modification applicant. And that the applicant must also include the contact information of the DTSC project manager who oversees the facility and the public participation specialist as well, so that the public knows who to contact for more information. This modification request and all of the supporting documents need to be made available in a publicly accessible location very near to the facility, such as in a library. Public comments received during that 60-day period must be reviewed by DTSC, just as Wayne described earlier, and if necessary, responded to by the applicant. DTSC must also consider all of the written comments from the public and respond to them as well in writing. Generally, we don't get too many comments on these, as Wayne alluded to earlier, but in some cases, we do. After reviewing and considering all comments as well as responding to them, DTSC may then for example, approve that modification request with or without changes. We may deny the modification request, or we may reclassify it as a class 3 modification, which is the most involved of the modification requests. And here I would emphasize a very critical role that the public does play in these modifications. For a class 3 modification request, this is the final kind of permit modification request and the most impactful on a facility's operation. The example I'd used earlier was the addition of an entire program to the facility's operation, for example, environmental monitoring or corrective action. The process is very similar to class 2, but it does bear repeating. Similarly, the applicant must submit that modification request to DTSC in writing, explaining the proposal. This time as well, the public notice must be published in that major local newspaper and then sent to the public within 7 days of the notice to us. Again, that 60-day public comment period and a public meeting must be arranged by the permit applicant. The contact information of our DTSC staff overseeing the facility and the modification must also be included so that the public knows where to go to get more information. And then again, finally, the modification request and all of the supporting documents must be made available in a publicly accessible location. So we often use libraries in the neighborhoods of those facilities. And again, all of the public comments that we received during that 60-day period must be reviewed by DTSC and, if necessary, responded to by the applicant. So you might send them along to the applicant. DTSC, we ourselves must consider all of the written comments and respond to them in writing. And then in a variation from the class 2 process, our department director must also consider and respond to all significant written comments received during that 60-day comment period. And then again, DTSC may then approve that request with or without changes or deny it. And I would once again emphasize a very critical role that the public plays in this modification process, and a role in which their concerns can really be brought all the way through our entire departmental leadership. So again, this is something we do take seriously as a division and a department, and really encourage, as Wayne said, public participation does always enhance our permit decisions. Okay. Sometimes emergencies involving hazardous waste occur. I would like to apologize for this slide. It's somewhat misleading. These pictures are what we normally think of as an emergency: fires, overturned trucks on the side of the road. But that is not what DTSC generally provides emergency permits for. Most commonly, this is related to on-site treatment of expired chemicals at universities and laboratories, where that chemical may be reactive and then unsafe for transportation to a permitted facility. Unfortunately, expired bottles of chemicals on a shelf in a nameless lab are just not much of an attention getter. In any event, hazardous waste generated in these abnormal situations needs to go somewhere and fast. In these cases, DTSC may issue an emergency permit. And then basically an emergency permit allows for a facility to store, transfer, treat, or dispose of hazardous waste, even if that facility does not currently have a permit to do so. This is only done when there is an imminent and substantial threat to human health and the environment, and emergency permits are always temporary. So once the emergency has been identified and established, DTSC can issue that temporary emergency permit to a facility upon request. We can issue that permit orally or in writing, but there has to be a written permit within 5 days of the notification. The emergency permit cannot be for a period of time longer than 90 days. It must clearly specify the hazardous waste being received and how they are to be managed, and it may be terminated by DTSC at any time if doing so be beneficial to protecting human health or the environment. There is not as much of an opportunity for the public to comment on the process of issuing the emergency permit just by its nature. However, a public notice must be sent with information about the facility, the kinds of waste being dealt with, what the emergency permit allows to be done and why, as well as how long the emergency permit is for. DTSC maintains a website documenting all of the emergency permits issued since 2020, including the public notices that were sent in connection with them. Occasionally, an entity, such as a university, a startup business, or an existing business, will seek to develop new methods of treating hazardous waste. For example, we have recently received proposals for new electronic waste management facilities. And earlier, Wayne mentioned electric and hybrid vehicles, and lithium battery recycling is also a new area of interest here in the state. So our regulations allow for DTSC to issue so-called research, development, and demonstration permits to these proposals for them to make a demonstration of their new hazardous waste management technology. Proposals are very rare, but they do happen. A research and development and demonstration permit is generally for 1 year for construction and operation of the proposed facility while it makes its demonstration. This permit may be renewed no more than 3 times, each time for 1 year, so up to 4 years maximum for this kind of permit. They are, again, temporary. The facility may only receive the quantity of hazardous waste necessary to demonstrate that their proposed technology works, and we really try to keep that quantity to a minimum. The facility must continue to abide by the requirements in our regulations necessary to protect human health and safety, wildlife, livestock, and the environment. So again, very similar to a standard permit that we issue. They must do environmental monitoring, operate under existing regulatory standards, and be financially liable for any present or future impacts, among other requirements in our regulations. And again, the public participation process we previously described is still applicable here. So this includes the public notices, the minimum 45-day public comment period, our response to comments, and CEQA. The last kind of authorization I will discuss here is what is called permit by rule, or PBR. PBR is misnamed. It's not a permit at all, actually. Rather, it is an authorization which allows for generators of hazardous waste to treat certain hazardous wastes without going through our formal permitting process. These types of waste must be treated in tanks or containers, must have been generated on site at the facility, may not be reactive or extremely hazardous, and must not be regulated under RCRA. And if you'll recall, RCRA stands for the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, and represents federal oversight over hazardous waste. So these may not be federally regulated hazardous wastes. PBR is also special in that DTSC does not directly administer it. And again, we do not issue permits for PBR. That said, it is very important, and we'll go over the process briefly. So PBR authorizations are administered by CUPAs. These are Certified Unified Program Agencies, which are local environmental health agencies which conduct inspections and oversee certain hazardous waste activities. There are many of these throughout California. PBR requires a facility to submit a notification form to their local CUPA at least 60 days before beginning their first waste treatment, and then annually by March 1st of every year. They must also have financial assurance in place, pay facility fees, have a written waste analysis plan to document how they obtain and analyze samples of their wastes, and have their tanks certified by licensed professional engineers. Generally, the CUPAs administer PBR authorization themselves, and there is little opportunity for public comment in their process. However, occasionally, DTSC is asked by a CUPA to provide feedback and expertise on a proposed PBR authorization. If the situation warrants it, that is, for example, the facility does not actually meet the requirements for PBR, then that PBR authorization may be revoked, and a facility may then be required to operate under one of the previously described permits. In that case, then the public may then provide input on the facility, the application, the draft permit decision, any conditions as discussed previously. Lastly, I would like to quickly conclude by talking about impactful improvements to our division and the way we work. So as a department and as a division, we seek to challenge ourselves to continuously improve the way we work, including looking at our entire permitting process and how we operate, including looking at key performance metrics, Chair Rizzo, as you mentioned earlier on. And this is for the benefit of the whole state. And this has led to where we are as a division today. So the permitting division's evolution to a continuous improvement culture has led to the following results. We make more permit decisions. When I say this, what I mean is more permit decisions delivered on time and with higher quality. Nearby communities thus have the up-to-date permits and protections that they deserve. More protections for the local communities surrounding the facilities, as well as the workers at these facilities. And then more clarity for the facilities regarding their obligations, as well as for our inspections when state and federal and local officials visit these sites. So with that, Chair Rizzo and members of the board, on behalf of the entire permitting division, I would like to thank you for your time this morning. We will now take your questions. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you both. Anyone wishing to make a public comment? Jessica will explain how to do that.
Hi, everyone. So again, if you would like to make a comment or have a question on this particular agenda item, you can come up here and get one of these comment cards. We will also have time for raised hands in a little bit. And then for anyone joining on Zoom, you'll press *9 to raise your hand to make a comment, or if you have a question on this particular agenda item.
Thank you, Jessica. And while we're waiting to see about comments, I want to acknowledge Jessica Swan, our faithful board clerk since the board started, and thank her, as well as our translators and tech people. Thank you all so much. Yay. So, the simultaneous translation of something as complex as what you just presented, I'm sure was fun for you back there. Yeah? Okay. So the accessibility piece of this is really important, obviously. So I thank everybody. Here we are now waiting for public comments. Questions?
We do not have any in queue for public comment on the Zoom. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a comment or have a question for our presenters on this piece?
Well, I'm sure board members do, but feel free. We'll go around. We'll see what questions and comments board members have, but also welcome you to raise your hand or grab a card, and Wayne and Omar will answer. Pardon? Mohammed, Omer. Thank you. It's your turn now. Ask a question.
Thank you both. Wayne, in your presentation, you talked about 550 closed sites in California. Can you share what, if any, oversight of these sites is in place by DTSC, and also what restrictions may be in place for repurposing the land once the site is closed? Thank you.
Sure. So our process ends when we acknowledge closure certification of a site. At that point, it releases the financial assurance mechanism for the facility, and it really kind of ends our oversight. We have some facilities that have not received an acknowledgement of closure certification. So we have a list of facilities that we have our eye on now, and we're going back through some of these historical sites and taking a look at them. But the process ends for us when we make that acknowledgement.
So can I follow up on that, Wayne? So I know that the reform included more assertive financial assurance. We've been hearing about that. Where do you intersect with that?
So as you know, for permit decisions, DTSC has the authority to issue permit decisions only when We include adequate financial assurance for closure and post-closure, which is which has always been there, and now for corrective action. So that it's kind of delayed the process for some of our sites. We have some challenges where facilities may have oversight from the water board. We're working through those issues now. But it's resulted in an increase in financial assurance held by DTSC for many sites.
Thank you. Yes, Georgette.
Following the question of the closure sites, for the ones that we haven't declared closed officially, how many are those?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. I can get that for you.
Okay, I'm curious. And then my other question, and thank you also for the presentation. I really appreciated the thoroughness of it. You mentioned earlier, Wayne, the timeline for the hazardous waste plan, and that's going to be coming. Can you elaborate a little bit? What is the timeline of that?
Gosh, my understanding, this is, I'm thinking of SB 158. I believe the plan is due in 2023.
Yeah, the draft plan.
The report,
Pardon?
sorry. The
I'm
report.
hearing March 2023.
I think Lizette. Yeah.
Okay, we'll hear more about it. So never
Yeah,
mind, I'm getting
we will.
ahead. And then just in terms of you had a map of entire California of the areas that have permits, and I really appreciate that. Do we have a map of the other, like the closure sites?
Yes, in fact, I failed to mention that. I wanted to talk about that in the slide. That map comes from Envirostore. So if you go to Envirostore,
Mhm.
it has a great interactive feature where you can turn on and turn off different types of sites, including cleanup sites, underground storage tank sites. And I had the closed sites off, but if you turn those on, they'll all pop up. And then
Right.
it creates a mess of the map. But yeah, it'll show where all of those facilities are located.
Okay.
It's a very great tool.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And maybe it might be useful to, as we're working on more increasing our transparency, it might be worth putting it for the public to be aware of. But it's great. Thank you.
I think we have a public comment now. Jessica?
Okay, so we do have one public comment on our Zoom side from Deborah Bayer. If you would like to unmute and express your comment or question, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to understand all these different categories. So I don't know if this is a place to comment on that, but really what I'm trying to ask is, in this permitting discussion, does that include at all sort of legacy sites and what can be done with legacy sites, or is this currently operating sites? If you understand my question.
Sure. Yeah. So permitting oversees sites that are operating and sites that are closed. In some cases, a closed site results in another permit, a post-closure permit. And those permits continue with the site. Those are known as legacy sites until it's safe to end the permit, which to my knowledge hasn't happened for any post-closure site. So we do keep oversight. Permitting staff do work on not just the ones that are operating. We have, as you saw in the slides, roughly half of our sites are post-closure sites, 32 or so, a third of the sites. So those sites, they have obligations. They have to renew their permits every 10 years. They have to give us plans for how they're going to maintain their caps, for example, for surface impoundments, how they're going to address the run-on and runoff from rain and many other requirements. So they're all listed in the regulations, but our staff are well-versed in providing oversight for operating and closed facilities.
Can I ask one more question then?
Yes.
Has DTSC for legacy sites that are kind of on the shoreline, which a lot of ours are, has the DTSC begun factoring in sea level rise?
Yes, as many of you might know, that's a developing process. It's a work in process. Part of the regulations that have come from federal regulations and are cemented in state regulations too, is consideration for floodplain analysis. That's already baked into our process, but we are looking at ways, we're working with the cleanup program to look at other ways and more efficient ways to look at the sites that are included in the sea level rise sites. They have a list.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Do we have other questions from online?
We don't have any other comments on the Zoom, and I don't see anyone in the room who wants to express comment.
Right, so we'll go back to the board comments and questions.
I have a question. Oh,
Okay. Yes.
hi, Chief Deputy Director Francesca Negri with DTSC. Just wanted to clarify what's due in 2023, which is a report on hazardous waste management activities, which will be repeated every 3 years. And then the report on the hazardous waste management plan will be due in 2025.
Thank you for that. And I know Lizette on our board will be actively and eagerly working on that. We'll hear more from her about that later. Thank you for that clarity. Other board member questions or comments?
I had a question.
Yes, please do.
I know that you mentioned the financial assurance, and that's something that's relatively new to the process. From my understanding, is there anything else that has been relatively new or that you guys are working on implementing soon?
So financial assurance it's always been around, the requirements for financial assurance. It's the corrective action piece and making sure that we have adequate corrective action financial assurance before signing a permit. That's the new piece. We have a lot of new things that we're working on. We have new groups. In fact, we have a new cost estimate work group who looks at closure cost and contingent post-closure costs. Those folks are well-tuned in the estimates of what it takes to close down a facility and maintain it after it's closed. So that's new. We have a bunch of new pieces that have come from our process improvements, from Lean Six Sigma, from lean activities, from staff identifying better processes that might work in the organization. There's quite a long list of new things that we've started developing.
That's great. And I guess to follow up on that, there's been, you probably have been required to expand your staffing, right? In order to accomplish the expanded mandates and efforts.
Yes, we're fortunate enough to have been blessed by the legislature with additional resources. And we've been, I think that we're showing that we're utilizing those resources effectively.
That's great. Thank you, Wayne. Other board members? Yes.
I have a performance metrics related question. I would imagine that for your division, you're looking at number of permits, turnaround times as some of the metrics you measure for your success. Do you have a mechanism to evaluate individual performance against those division level metrics?
So do you mean individual permit-based metrics looking at a specific permit?
No, I mean for DTSC staff level performance evaluation, are those tied to the metrics of the division?
Oh, good question. We do look at those when we're doing performance evaluations. We bring up the list because some staff are assigned to some projects, some supervisors are assigned to some projects. And we do look at the metrics. As you know, we have 5 core metrics that really look at internally at, it's mostly related to processing time for permits. Our most important improvements are quality. We don't have a metric for that internally yet, but we're hopeful to develop one soon.
Thank you for that. Yes, Alexis?
I know so little about the permit by rule category that Mahad had covered. And I wondered if DTSC has a process to evaluate the capability of the Coupas in administering that part of your program.
Why don't you elaborate on what Coupa stands for? I'm not sure that everyone, well, probably everybody in this room, but not necessarily everybody on Zoom is as familiar with that.
Sure. So I mentioned that the Coupa stands for the Certified Unified Program Agency. These are local environmental agencies, health departments, and counties and cities that have been given authorization to conduct inspections of hazardous waste, solid waste facilities in their jurisdiction, and they administer the permit by rule PBR authorization. And the way that DTSC generally ends up looking at this or conducting oversight happens to occur through our enforcement division primarily. It doesn't primarily come to permitting, it goes to enforcement. And then if enforcement deems that upon their own inspection that the PBR requirements are not being met, that they will then issue that notification to the Coupa, to the facility, and then they may call in permitting should a permit be requested by the facility.
Yeah.
So it grows from a facility-specific inspection or complaint more so than a Coupa-wide oversight.
I would say so, yes. Certainly not the whole network of Coupas. I think it's facility by facility, and sometimes if DTSC has a specific interest in a facility as well, we might, our enforcement has been known to, we can reach out to the Coupa and provide input as well.
What underlies my question is in some other environmental and public health programs, Coupas have been decertified, and then the state agency steps in to act for that county, let's say if the county is the Coupa. So I was just wanting to feel like we have a handle on the Coupa's capabilities. Anyway, yeah.
I'd just add that our enforcement group works very closely with the Coupas. They coordinate with them, they understand the work that they do, and then permitting works very closely with enforcement. So there is a link there. Enforcement is very well connected to the Coupas.
Any other questions or comments at the table? Yeah.
I have another question.
Yes. Thank you, Lizette.
Can you also talk about how notices of violation or notices to comply from other related agencies are compiled, and what the process is like to obtain that information, and what the limitations are?
Sure. When we do permit reviews, as you know, VSP is one tool we look at. We get a score out of VSP, and a facility gets a score. They also get a tier, and that's very prescriptive. It has a fate for a different tier. If you're in an unacceptable tier, there's a process associated with that. But permitting also looks at enforcement history and compliance history that's not related to VSP. VSP includes class 1 violations. When permitting looks at permit decisions, making a permit decision, we look at the class 2 violations and the minor violations from our own enforcement inspections. We also look at violations associated with other agencies. And how we do that is we look for the compliance histories on the other agencies' websites. We'll contact the other agency's staff who are involved with that particular facility to look for any information that's readily available that we can use to make a permit decision. That's part of SB 673 had 2 tracks to it, track 1 and track 2. Track 1 gave us VSP, but it also gave us that comprehensive compliance history review within permitting. It's got 12 different pieces to it. One of them's VSP, another one is class 2 violations and minor, and another one is looking at other agencies' compliance histories.
So really quickly, Wayne,
Wait a second.
if you can say what VSP stands for.
I'm sorry. VSP is the violation scoring procedures.
Does everyone understand on the board what we're talking about here, the VSPs? I just want to be sure. I know it was in your other presentation in great depth, so thank you for that. Other questions, comments from anyone in the group or on the?
I just had a quick question about the R&D permits. Have you seen an uptick in that with electric and lithium ion in recent years with new technologies being formed?
Swati, will you get closer to the mic?
Have you seen an uptick in the R&D permits over the last few years?
As a trend, like if I'm thinking of like a graph of data, there's not enough data there to call it really an uptick, but we have had inquiries within the last year associated with new technologies. And so in that sense, there is an uptick. They're very rare. We very rarely get applications for them, but we're currently working with applicants.
Thank you.
One point maybe of clarification or just a comment. I think it was board member Bhatia, and I think it was the caller that had a question about legacy sites or closed sites, the 550 sites or others. And I think that what would be helpful, maybe not this presentation, I think it's beyond the scope of this presentation, but maybe at a future meeting or in the future, we could start to plot out, where the hazardous waste program jurisdiction ends and where the site mitigation program starts. I know, having some experience with site mitigation, it's not necessarily clean. There's some overlap. And so I think in the future, it'd be helpful for the board to know, when we're regulating these sites, which program really is in the driver's seat and what are the circumstances that guide that.
Sure, thank you. And I'm sorry if I missed that point. There are legacy sites that have specific groups of people that work on them that are not in the permitting division, but we work very closely with those people on those sites.
Thank you. Did everyone understand that answer? But I think it is worth our digging a little deeper just as we go through our process. Jess, anything? Yes, one more.
My question is related to public engagement efforts. So it's a two-part question. Do you provide any service to help businesses figure out whether a permit is needed, what's the right permit, can they operate differently so that they don't require a permit, that sort of assistance before getting into the compliance enforcement space? And then the second part of the question is members of the community, if they're concerned about a potential facility asking for a permit and so on, before the formal permitting process kicks off, is there any community engagement or forum available for them to understand what's happening with the facility? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we work closely with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. They get a lot of inquiries about, do I need a permit? Who should I go to? They're the starting point for most of them, and they set up meetings with DTSC with permitting to help them really understand what their obligations are, what the expectations are. And then to your second question about, yes, absolutely. If there are questions or inquiries from community members, we want to hear those outside of a public comment period. It's a little bit weird when we open up a public comment period because it sounds like we're not going to listen to you until that day and the hour that public comment period starts. But all of our staff are very open to answering questions about any facility from any member of the public.
Just really quickly on that, Wayne, if you can clarify for me, there hasn't been a new permit issued in a very long time. Is that?
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I want to say the last new permit was issued in 2013-ish. So it's been roughly 10 years.
Okay. And so then the engagement and kind of assisting businesses with this sort of thing is for permit renewals as well as permits move into maybe different phases in their treatment of hazardous waste, or if they decide to stop treating hazardous waste and things like that. And then the engagement is still around that permit. So there is some additional things outside of the public comment period that are included in that process of the permit renewal.
Yeah, and we usually work directly with the applicant if they want to make changes. The Go-Biz link is really for new companies mostly coming into California, and they're trying to navigate their way with the complicated permitting processes out there, usually new facilities.
Thank you. And Wayne and Mohammed, there was a conversation about the facility requirement to have a public meeting and to post that notice. Are those public meetings subject to the same public meeting requirements that we all have in terms of them being accessible, translated, notified, all the things that, because the meeting is being held by the facility? So a question that I've heard before is there's a difference between a public meeting orchestrated by a facility and one where DTSC is, or any of us would be having a public meeting in this kind of a format?
Not specified federally or in the state regulations, but we work closely with our public participation group to set those expectations with the applicant before any such meeting is scheduled. They work very closely with them.
And that's worked out well?
Yes.
Okay, everybody has that information because it's come up for us in the past. Yes, thank you. Morning.
Good morning. I'm Angela Johnson Mazares with Earth Justice. And this conversation is just making me want to contribute some of our experience around the hearings that are held by facilities versus those hearings that are held by DTSC. We've had recent experience with that in the context of a facility that we are working on. And I just want to note two things. First, from the perspective of my personal participation and from my comments from my clients, the hearing that was held by the facility had very little engagement with community members. The timing was much shorter for when the hearing was held after the information was available. The availability of information about what was being proposed was much less clear going forward. And of course, in this time of virtual hearings, that's added another layer of complication. And so my experience in participating in a hearing was that the facility simply heard information and there wasn't much engagement or exchange, and then asserted that they would take that information back to DTSC. So there was sort of like these tracks that weren't entirely clear from the outside, how you provide information, how it comes back to you, and what that engagement like. And then the second thing I'll just note and hope that we are thinking about as we go forward is more generally when we're having engagement in these hearings, how DTSC or a facility is going to ensure that it is meeting the basic public participation requirements, and how we make sure that there are mechanisms for exchange of information. And in experience has been, it has not been very clear. It has not been very transparent. I hear them saying, yes, this has been working out great. I just wanted to flag that depending upon where you sit in the process, you may have a different experience about how it's working
I understand. It's part of why I asked the question, to understand from all different perspectives what the issues are and how that then drives into what we'll be dealing with. So recognizing that permitting process is outside our scope, but if these issues drive into appeals because they're not adequately or holistically dealt with in the earlier process, that's important for us to understand. Thank you for that comment. Did you have anything you want to add to that, Wayne or Mohammed?
Only that, that first meeting that the facility hosts, That is something that's specified in the regulations. The comments that are given at those meetings have to come back to DTSC. So I'm thinking maybe that's an opportunity for improvement. But that flow of information is a little bit awkward. I mean, it goes from a commenter to the facility in some cases if they attend a public meeting, and then back to DTSC. We can always receive comments or answer questions as well. So I would just recommend that if anyone has, an issue with making a comment at a facility-led public meeting, our staff are always willing to answer questions and assist as well.
Right. So I think the other question is it automatic that DTSC personnel or public engagement people are at those meetings? Is that a 101 requirement?
It's not a requirement in federal or state regs, but we always show up.
It's a matter of policy.
Yes.
Right. I understand. And so and they're not necessarily recorded. Is that correct? I mean, this is recorded, so.
Yeah, I don't think there's a requirement to record, and I'm hesitant to even speculate what the past meetings have been like. I don't know if they've been recorded.
But I think it's just important for us to hold all these things because it drives into the appeal process, right? To the extent that those are the concerns or complaints that drive community response to appeals, just good for us to understand if there are intervention points that could assist all of us in the process. But thank you. Any other questions from board members? Well, there we go. Lizette, do you want to go next?
I have a
okay
clarification question. Yes. And then we'll hand it over to Liz. Can you help us understand what are the requirements for facilities to do outreach? Are there specific requirements on the number of engagement opportunities provided, translation services requirements, and then some reporting that summarizes or rolls up all of the comments from the public and such? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There's no, they're very broad in the regulations. It just specifies that the facility hosts a public meeting. There's not a lot of detail provided in the requirements, but that's where permitting works with public participation within DTSC to set the expectations of the applicant about what we expect to see in the public meeting.
Great, thank you.
So when you say set expectations, I'm sorry, clarification question, is that a nice, like a best practice ask, or is that something that's written into the permit condition to say you shall do public engagement in this way?
Well, usually they need us anyway to get the mailing list. We maintain a mailing list of people who are interested in the facility. They have to mail those notifications out. So that's the link. They come to us and they ask us for that mailing list, and then we assign public participation staff to work with their consultant or whoever's putting the meeting together to set the expectations. We don't have a document to share or written guidelines. It's just our group working with their group.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that one for future conversations around public participation and engagement, because that's also an area that we're interested in, and we'll be working with the Office of Environmental Equity, the public participation people more broadly. And so that's important. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And is that good, Sushma? Are you okay? Lizette?
Just to follow up on the unspoken expectations, are there any guidelines that are at least taken into account? I know that Angela mentioned, the lack of information or clarity and information provided to the public. Are those things noted by any DTSC personnel that attend the meeting, and would that be something that would be at least written down somewhere for like Jeannie's, like our chairs mentioned, for us to kind of foresee what their communication has been like with the public?
Certainly. I mean, if the facility doesn't provide enough of an explanation about what they're required to present, then we can tell them that they haven't met the standard. That is a standard in the regulations that they present. So for example, like a class 2 permit mod, they have an obligation to explain what modification they're requesting. If they don't do an adequate job with that, then we do have the authority to ask them to redo it and to deny that. We can say that that didn't work. That wasn't good enough.
Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? We are so precisely on time. It's 11:35, which was our projected time to take a 5-minute break. And unless there's a last question, we'll take just a bio break and come back, and we will be hearing about permit appeals on the next segment. Wayne, Mohammed, thank you so much.
Thank you.
As many times as I've heard this presentation, I've learned something new every single time, and most especially by virtue of the questions and your answers. So I thank you both for that.
So again, as you guys can see on the screen, we're going to take a short 5-minute break and be back at 11:40.
Okay. Calling all y'all. I know, I do it all the time. I'm the bad one. No, I'm gonna try.
Okay, everyone, we are going to get started. I just want to give a little bit of instruction for those of you who will be coming up to the microphone. We do need you to speak into the microphone. So we are going to be turning this down a little bit to make sure that there's no feedback for our interpreters and for the webcast. While people may be able to hear you in the room, we want to make sure that those folks that are joining us online are also able to hear us clearly. So if you're tall, pick up the mic. I think that's what I have.
We're good. Okay, welcome back. Thank you. You having fun back there?
Indeed, we are. Thank you. So just one quick note, again, if I may, thank you so much. So I just want to express our apologies and thank you for your patience in advance. You'll notice that we have to speak pretty loud into our own microphones as well. So just a heads up, we have to do that for the equipment. We thank you all for your patience as well as we're going about our duties here. That's
I know,
all.
we
Thank you.
didn't build you a soundproof cage or
Yeah,
something.
or we
right?
could
I
go
know.
into that closet over there
Closet.
if we need to.
Yeah. So if anyone
Thank
is
you.
is on that side of the room is, you know, distracted by it, there's plenty of chairs elsewhere. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. And Jess, if we want to reestablish our quorum.
Just mentioning that quorum is maintained, and with Alexis coming back especially.
Great. Okay, I think I'm introducing Lizette now, right? And we're now talking about the development of the permit appeal process. And we have some presentation and discussion, and I'll turn it over to Lizette Ruiz, who is the lead on that subcommittee. So go for it, Lizette.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks everybody for joining us today. I just wanted to say that because not all of the members of the board come as experts on the hazardous waste permitting program and permit appeals process, during these last few months, we have all undergone various trainings and had numerous opportunities to meet one-on-one with DTSC folks that are familiar with the current permit appeal process. As such, we are here today with the first of a series of discussions that we hope to have to gather with the public and to be able to get input from everybody to inform the development of the Board of Environmental Safety appeal process and regulations. So it's important to note that as of now, no regs have been drafted and the process itself is yet to be defined. So we are eliciting comments from the public, which we hope to utilize to draft these regulations and changes. Although a timeline was previously set, we have used our time to familiarize ourselves and to step back and have a very transparent process and have it available to everybody. Those in our communities and from the industrial side as well. So we are hoping to hold informal workshops where we will have more time to dedicate to have a thorough discussion. And like I said, we hope to invite everybody. So 2 of these workshops will be held in the evenings prior to the boards that we plan on having. So these are some of the dates that we have talked about. September 28th from 3 to 5 at our DTSC Berkeley office. September 29th, we will also hold space to have a discussion at our board meeting. October 20th, we are hoping to have an opportunity in Southern California. The time and space is still yet to be determined. The following is on November 14th from 3 to 5, somewhere in the Central Valley, perhaps Fresno, Clovis, and also at the November 15 board meeting. So today we look forward to having everybody start from a common basis of understanding so that we all can have the opportunity to inform this process that we are undergoing. Although we're not going to be eliciting comments per se through for today, we do welcome the public to provide their comments at our email address, which is besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And we also, again, welcome the public to participate in the workshops, and anybody interested in presenting, we're also extending that invitation. So what we really want, what we're really hoping to hear from everybody, folks from the community and those in industry, so that we can take this opportunity to create a permit appeals process that is efficient, fair, and thorough for all of us involved. And so what we really wanted everybody to think is, how can we do this better? And with that, I turn it over to.
Yes, we're
Greg.
introducing Paul Ruffin now.
Yeah, if you'll.
Right? Greg is going to.
Hi, yeah, I
assign
just
you-
wanted to say
Greg.
how happy I am to be here. I'm excited that this is my first board meeting, and it feels great to be the attorney for this marvelous group. I've been very impressed with this group so far, their level of dedication, their level of interest, their willingness to pick up and deal with these difficult topics, I think is amazing. And we're all very fortunate to have you. And so I feel fortunate to be working with you. I wanted to say that right off the bat. Also, I am not unaware of the challenge that lies ahead of us with this topic. As we heard from the last speaker, this is a topic that is technically challenging. It's highly legalistic at the same time. So we are very fortunate to have somebody in Mr. Paul Ruffin, who I'm introducing as our next speaker, to guide us in this. Paul is very experienced. He is a hazardous substances engineer with DTSC. He's been with DTSC for 36 years and has been working on these permit appeals since 2007. And he's been fantastic to work with so far. We're very lucky to have him. And he's going to be presenting on the permit appeals process that DTSC has followed historically over the last few years. We're calling it the previous process, of course, because now that the board's seated, the board is going to be working on making some changes to this process. But we wanted to provide you and the public with an understanding of how that permit appeals process has worked so far. And so Paul has agreed to give us his time. We're lucky to have him. Thanks, Paul.
Can you hear me now? So as Greg mentioned, I was on the permit appeals team in 2007, 2009, and I've been assisting permit appeals officers on the appeals that have come in since that time. I'll be presenting on how the existing regulations associated with permit appeals have been implemented during this time period. Appeal is an administrative review of a permit decision. It's an opportunity to correct mistakes and to resolve issues prior to moving contested conditions onto judicial review. Appeal is also a prerequisite before judicial review is invoked. Next slide. Okay. Closer to the mic. So just an overview for the presentation. I'll be going over some basics, the appeal process itself, and then some key issues. Next slide. There are the types of permit decisions that are subject to appeal include permit approvals themselves, renewal permits, post-closure permits. This is for full tier and standardized permits. The appeal process does not apply to permit by rule or lower tier permit decisions. It also applies to denial of a permit. The notice of intent to deny is considered a draft permit, and it applies to Class 3 permit modifications. These particular group of permit decisions involve preparing a draft permit that goes out for public comment. Next slide, please. Also subject to appeal are Class 2 permit modifications and temporary authorizations of modifications. These two permit decisions do not involve preparation of a draft permit or a comment period on the draft permit. Next slide, please. So who can appeal? For new permits, renewals, and Class 3 modifications, any person who filed comments on the draft permit decision may file a petition for review. Any person who participated in the public hearing for the draft permit can file a petition. Any person who failed to comment or participate may only appeal changes from the draft to the final permit decision. Next slide, please. So for Class 2 permit modifications and temporary authorizations, because they did not involve comment on a draft permit, any person can comment on any portion of the permit decision. Next slide, please. The facility owner operator can also petition the permit decision. Next slide, please. And DTSC can also appeal its own permit decision, although this, as far as I know, this hasn't happened, and I've been trying to rack my brain under what circumstances would the department do that, but potentially they could use the appeal process to correct a mistake rather than rescinding their decision and going back through the whole process again. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the petition for review must demonstrate that a permit condition in question is based on a finding of fact or a conclusion of law that is clearly erroneous, or an exercise of discretion or important policy consideration that DTSC should review. Those are really the criteria for accepting a issue from a permit for review for further review, and it's also the criteria for deciding the merits of the petition as well. The petitioner must also identify that the issue was raised during the public comment period for those permit decisions that have a public comment period. Next slide, please. So a petition for review or an appeal must be filed within 30 days of the notice of service of the final permit decision, unless a later date is specified in that notice. And there's sort of a complementary regulation in that the effective date of the permit decision is 30 days after the notice of service, unless a petition is filed. So it's the same period of time. Next slide, please. Next slide. We're talking about the permit appeals process. So it sort of starts with the filing of a petition for review. And by filing the petition for review, as I indicated, the permit decision itself does not take effect if the petition was timely filed. But there'll be an acknowledgement letter that's sent out to the petitioner, to the facility, and to permitting. It acknowledges that a petition for review has been received, and it identifies the permit appeals officer who will be hearing the case. The permit appeals officer is designated authority by the DTSC director. It's a neutral official who has not been involved with the direct the actual permit decision itself, or sometimes even further afield, not involved with that facility as well. Recently, the permit appeals officers have been deputy directors for a site mitigation program and for the safer community products. And there's also a request for the administrative record from the permitting staff. Administrative records are important for processing of the permit appeal. Next slide, please. So the permit appeals staff will review the administrative record and the issues raised in the petition for review and issue an initial order that grants or denies issues from the petition for review. So some issues are accepted for appeals, some are denied. For those issues that are denied, that's the final decision. They're not carried through the rest of the appeals process. There are some issues that lie outside of the scope of the initial review. The California Environmental Quality Act issues have not been reviewed as part of the appeals process. There's a separate review process outlined for CEQA within the California Environmental Quality Act itself has its own process for review of CEQA issues. Next slide, please. So along with the issuing of the initial order, a briefing schedule is established that allows the parties to provide additional supporting material to their arguments, either supporting the petitions for review or supporting the permit decision itself. Briefing schedules are normally done in series, with the petition providing a brief first and then the department or the permitting division providing its brief next. Generally, there's about a 3-week to 4-week period that's allowed for deadlines for the briefs to be submitted. And they were usually placed on the DTSC web pages associated with permit appeals, so people would be notified of the deadlines for the briefs and also for the be able to see the briefs themselves as they come in. There's a public notice for the briefing schedule itself, and the public notice is issued in the same way as the public notice for the draft permit decision. So it goes out to the mailing list, local agencies, that sort of thing. If there's an email list, it goes out to there. So generally, what the permit appeals team would do would recruit the same public participation specialist who worked on the draft permit, because they have all the lists and all the contacts and know where the repositories for public information are. Next slide, please. After the briefing schedule is completed, and as part of the briefs, individuals can request what's called an informal appeals conference in order to present their arguments. It's optional, and it's at the discretion of the permit appeals officer whether or not to hold those. They haven't been held all that often. They're generally not requested, but they are an option. And again, they are discretionary. So there have been ones that have been requested and denied. Next slide, please. And the final bit in the process is the permit appeals officer issues final order with decisions on the merit of the issues granted review. Final order is effective on the day that it's mailed. And often it can either lead to remanding the permit decision back to permitting division to correct mistakes, or the denial of petition for review is the final decision, and the next step would be judicial review of the contested permit conditions. Slide, please. Some key issues that have come up recently. Next slide, please. So these are the public notices associated with the draft permit itself. The public participation staff do a community survey to look at how much information the public communities may have about the project. Fact sheets are sent out. There's public meetings. So there's a public notice associated with the draft permit. There's also a notice that goes out when the permit decision is made. But these two notices are done by permitting staff as part of their process. But the notice of the final permit decision needs to have instructions for how appeals may be submitted and the deadline for submitting the petition for review. So that notice prepared by permitting staff is what carries on into the appeals process. Next slide, please. As far as the appeal itself is concerned, the only public notices that are issued are for the briefing schedule and for the informal hearing if one is scheduled. Next slide. Okay. We can sort of skip this. That was the content of the notice, and as I discussed, it goes out in the same way as for the draft permit to a variety of places. So there's been a lot of interest recently in the administrative record for the permit decision. It's come up on appeals recently. So I just wanted to go over what the administrative record requirements are. These are specified in regulation. And I think we got most of them here. The application and supporting material from the applicant, the draft permit or the notice of the denial, a statement of basis or fact sheet that explains the conditions of the permit decision and any documents that are cited in the statement of basis. And really any other documents that the permitting division uses to prepare the draft permit. And also the compliance history of the facility is available as part of the administrative record. Slide, please. So the administrative record for the final permit decision is everything for the draft permit. All comments that were received during the public comment period, the transcript of the public hearing and any documents that were received, response to comments, documents prepared by permitting division and any new material they've added at that time, and any other supporting documents that they used to determine the final permit decision, and then the final permit itself. The administrative records complete on the date the final permit is issued. Next slide, please. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Paul. Jessica, and
Public
go
comment?
through the process.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will now open it up for public comment. So if you have joined us in person, again, a comment card, or we will have time for raised hands after we do the Zoom comments, because I don't see any in the basket right now. And for those joining us on Zoom, please press *9 to join the queue. I'm sorry. I apologize. Just raise your hand because we're just doing it through Zoom. please raise your hand using the Zoom function on the bottom of your toolbar to join the queue for this item if you would like to comment or if you have a question for our presenter. And when you do comment, if you could please state your name and any affiliation for the record. So again, at this time, if anybody has any questions regarding the current appeal process for permit appeal. I'm sorry. Yes, previous. And because we are developing that right now. So the previous process that was prior to the board being established. I do not have any raised hands on the Zoom. If anybody,
Wait, we are a little out of sequence. Let me just make a couple comments, and then we're going to turn to a presentation, and then we'll take public comment. Okay, already. Thank you, Paul. You're welcome to. I know you'll be.
Well,
coming
we'll be
back up.
asking Paul.
Yeah.
We can ask Paul questions
in
after,
a
so-
little bit.
Sorry.
That's okay.
We jumped the gun on that one.
Yeah, we had a few things that we were tag teaming on here,
Right.
and we'll come back to it, and then we'll have a presentation. We wanted as a board, because we're in this interim period and are soliciting public comment, we wanted to provide some clarifying comments for appeals that have been filed or appeals that may yet be filed before we have regulations in place, whether emergency regs or permanent regs. And this is just a snapshot of what to expect. As Paul had noted, the current DTSC regulation notes that a timely permit appeal occurs within 30 days of notice of service of the DTSC final decision. That remains the case, and the permit is stayed or is in abeyance and doesn't take effect. We are going to be updating the board's own website with some of this most basic information, such as the frequently asked questions and answers that had been on the DTSC website in the next week or two. So we're going to try and put some of these placeholders there to be clearer. We are, as Liz had noted, with our schedule of upcoming board meetings and workshops, we're hoping to hear from a broad segment of interested parties at these upcoming workshops and board meetings. And before I turn to the presentation from Ingrid Brostrom on this topic, let's address any brief questions from the board. And then after Ms. Brostrom's presentation, we'll turn to our board clerk to hear public comment. After the public comment, we will follow up with any final board discussion.
Okay, then. So this is an opportunity for board questions to Paul, and I'll start as people are thinking of their questions, Paul. It's people have asked how the permit appeals process or the considers compliance history. You made reference to it, and I think if you could clarify, is that during the permitting process or the permitting appeals or both? Compliance history has come up for us. People have asked us that.
Normally, compliance history would come up with the issuance of the permit itself. I'm trying to recall if we've really had much in the way of appeals directed to compliance history other than an appeal based on how the violation scoring procedure. That case may still be current. I can talk about that particular case.
No, we're not, just to say, we're not talking about any current permit appeal or potential permit appeal at this meeting. So that we're silent on that. We're talking about process. I thought I saw in one of your slides, compliant history.
Compliance history is part of the administrative record. The extent that permitting division uses that compliance history to change the permit conditions. But I don't think I don't recall really any appeal comment saying that
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
I'm not sure how. Let me answer
Okay.
that way. I don't have good answer for your
that's all
question.
right. We'll keep the question afloat. Thank you. Questions from other board members for Paul? Yes. Georgette?
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for the presentation. I do have a question in regards to who can appeal. You mentioned the folks that have been already engaged, right? Who determines that? Is that written somewhere that the categories are such
Those categories are in the
in
regulations.
the regulation? Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
It's sort of, there's an obligation to provide comment on the draft permit during the comment period.
Mhm.
That's sort of where it comes from. Otherwise, a facility could, for example, not comment during the comment period on what would be a legitimate issue and hold it for the petition, and in that way delay implementation of the condition, which could have been fixed during the preparation of the final permit. So that's sort of where that comes from.
Okay,
The idea that
thank you. I appreciate that. That's all my questions.
Was that?
Related to that, can you also clarify those interested parties or interested parties to appeal that haven't been involved throughout the process? You said they were limited to just the final permit issuance?
Yeah, if in a petition for review, they could only provide comments on changes from the draft to the final permit. And in some cases, there are a considerable number of changes, particularly when there's a large, several, 4 or 5 years between when the draft permit was issued and the final permit was issued. Often there's a number of additional conditions that creep into permits, and those specifically anyone could comment on.
Sushma? Okay.
Thank you, Paul. I have two questions. One is about the administrative record. Can the administrative record be modified or edited, altered through the appeals process if new data is surfaced by the appealing party or if new data becomes available?
I think there have been cases where there's been requests to modify the administrative record. It clearly has to be documents that were available prior to the final decision, obviously not documents that were submitted after the decision. But really the permitting division decides what's in the administrative record because it's the documents that they used to make the decision. So there could be documents that are in the public record or associated with the facility that permitting did not use to make their decision. And those would not necessarily be added to the administrative record.
I'm going to ask a hypothetical question. What if there's a scenario where maybe there's new test data that's made available by an appealing party that is not in public record, that the appealing party wants to include in appeals consideration? Can the administrative record be modified to include this new information?
Well, the issue would be the appeal is deciding whether or not the permitting program made the correct decision based on the information they had. So if it's information they did not have, weren't aware of, the appeal could still be that there's no basis for the appeal because this is an administrative review. It's not a new decision based on new evidence. That's not what happens in the appeal. It's whether or not the decision made by the department was appropriately made based on the information that they know.
Okay.
And that's referring to existing policy and regs previous, what we're calling previous, correct?
This is how permit appeals team has interpreted the requirements.
Right, and operated under that
Right.
that set of understandings and requirements over time.
Right.
So does that help answer your question?
I think it's just something for us to take into consideration when we think about our own process. I have a second question. Are there any best practices instituted for when DTSC would consider an appeals conference? You talked about how the appeals conference is optional or it's completed upon request, but do you also proactively think about when an appeals conference is useful for public engagement purposes?
On those permit decisions where there is considerable community interest, would be conditions where it's more likely that the permit appeals officer would have held one. There's really one in particular back in the start of the permit appeals team. One was held for the Industrial Service Oil Company in the Boyle Heights area. And that was requested by the public. It was held at a local parish hall. It was attended by at least 100 people in the community. And it worked out very, very well. The other factor on whether to hold an appeals conference is if the permit appeals officer himself has questions that he or she wants to ask of the parties. Because there's no good way to have a dialogue except through something like that. Also potentially an opportunity for the parties to solve the issues among themselves. Because there have been situations where appeals have been rescinded, or the permit decision itself has been rescinded in part in recognition, rather than going through the entire appeals process. At some point in time, you can resolve the issues separately from the appeals process. But those are otherwise, it's just at the discretion of the permit appeals officers.
Right. So to that point, would you say half of them result in open hearings, or 10% or 90%? How do you historically, just to give us a little bit of a perspective? I think that the briefing record is a paper record. That's a read it, think about it record. The open hearing or conference is where there's more opportunity for interaction. So where has the permit appeals group landed on that proportionally? Can you give us a feeling about it?
During the whole period, I think the ISOCI case was really the only one that was a public one. The other two cases that I recall, the petitioner was the facility. And really the only people involved were facility petitioner and permitting division.
Okay.
It was announced in the usual way to be available to anyone, but the only people that expressed interest were the immediate parties and not the public in general.
I understand. So that's something for us to put on our consideration list. Thank you for that, Paul. Any other questions before we hear from? Yes.
I want to, first of all, thank you for answering the question, and also to close out on my line of questions. When in the current or previous process, it sounds like we are putting the onus on the public a little bit to request the administrative conference. So as we think about our permit appeals process, I wonder if there's some guidelines or framework we can come up with that would automatically trigger a public engagement process for appeals. Thank you. It's a comment for us. Thank you.
Can I respond to that really quickly? My understanding, based on the last two presentations that we've heard, is that if a permit had high interest prior to the permit decision being made, that would be something that the permit appeal process that would then also follow as the high interest level of the community. So public participation does have kind of guidelines on what high interest is, and things like that already established.
Right, and we can review that and determine if that meets what we're looking to accomplish, and also looking at the sheer volume, how many permit appeals will we have, how many hearings, there's a lot for us to balance, but that's really important information for us. Are there any other questions before we move on to hear from Ingrid and then come back, and we may have more questions, Paul, after that presentation. Thank you. Thank you all. Right, and just before we start, thank you, Ingrid, for reading our outgoing agenda email and offering to present, and just reminding that over the course of the next couple of months, we're eager to hear from others, so don't hesitate. And Ingrid will be the model of public presentation on permit appeals. There you go.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Ingrid Rostrom, I'm the Assistant Director at the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment. And oh, I'm gonna need help. Slide. So yeah, I'm gonna talk about my perspective on what this board should be thinking about as it updates its permit appeal process. So this is kind of a lot of what you've already heard in the last presentation. I've highlighted the bits that I'm going to be talking about in my presentation. So if you want to go back and look at the language where I'm getting it from, this is kind of a synopsis or kind of a shortened version of the current appeals regs. One thing I will note is in that first paragraph, right now, the permit regs limit a permit appeal to a condition of the permit decision rather than the permit itself. So next slide. So in terms of guiding principles, what I think this board should think about is residents impacted by hazardous waste facilities, which are by a vast majority located in low-income communities and communities of color. Those are the very same communities that face significant barriers to participation in administrative and legal processes due to social and environmental vulnerabilities. And so when we think about this appeals process, things that we should be thinking about is, you know, do you need an attorney? Because that's a very big barrier. And right now, very much skewed to the regulated entities, which are obviously going to have a lot of technical expertise, legal expertise, obviously notice of the process. And so when we're thinking about the appeals process, I really do encourage us to think about the perspective of an impacted community, which have all these barriers, which I don't think the current regs take into account. So that kind of goes into my second guiding principle. So really this board should be adopting processes that maximize impacted residents' ability to participate in the appeal process, because that will of course cover also all stakeholders. So if we kind of gear the process to those folks, we're going to capture the ability for everyone to participate. And then the last thing is the board should strive for independence from and accountability for DTSC and transparency in its own right for the decision-making process. You know, the board was created for additional transparency and accountability. And one of the biggest criticisms of the current approach is that DTSC is now reviewing appeals of its own decision. It's kind of a unique situation. I haven't seen that in too many other spaces, and it obviously creates conflicts. And so moving forward, really, I do hope that this board is able to have independence from DTSC in this decision. So I'm going to go back to that first point I made about the existing regs currently require petitioner to challenge a permit condition. Again, this is very much skewed for regulated entities. However, there's regulations that also provide DTSC with the authority to deny permits based on other factors. And this is in current regulations. What's been talked about a little bit, recurring patterns of violations is one such reason that DTSC could deny a permit. Violations that may pose a risk, a threat to public health or the environment, that doesn't have to be recurring. In fact, there is a regulation that any non-compliance with a permit condition does allow DTSC to deny a permit. There's also non-compliance with civil rights laws. And we're still waiting for them, but once 673 regulations come into place, non-compliance with 673 regulations could also be grounds to deny a permit. A lot of these are discretionary, but they are rarely, if ever, used by DTSC currently. And so, rather than just looking at a specific permit specific permit condition, also looking at DTSC's discretionary decision to overlook these types of regulations, I think is a big disservice to communities that are facing hazardous waste facilities. Next slide. So the current standard of review, as we heard, there's kind of two. There's a clearly erroneous finding of fact or law, or an exercise of discretion or an important policy consideration the department should review. Now that first prong, the clearly erroneous finding of fact or law, that's one of the strictest, most deferential standards of review that we have. And again, as this board tries to assert some independence and accountability, I would recommend that it provide de novo review rather than the clearly erroneous standard of review.
Stepped away from the mic.
Sorry.
Provide.
De novo review.
I thought that's what you said, yes.
And then for that second prong, I would retain that. I do think this board should look at DTSC's discretionary decisions as well as important policy considerations as it decides appeals. Another thing that is a barrier is standing. So as we heard from the last presentation, if you are not actively involved and actively commenting and know that there's a permit decision, coming up for a facility in your community, you can't appeal. So again, as we look at expanding or breaking down those barriers, I would recommend that this board very much look to whether or not somebody's impacted a decision to establish standing. Additionally, getting rid of the exhaustion requirement. So allowing the permit to stand on its own, regardless of whether somebody was able to point out in a very technical or legal way any concern that they might have. Currently, there's no fees required. Obviously, don't require fees to do a permit appeal. Okay. For notification, again, that's a very big problem. Oftentimes, these permit processes are happening at facilities that already exist, and community may not know. They simply may not know that there is an appeal process going on. And so in addition to relaxing the exhaustion and standing requirements, I also would recommend working on making sure that folks that are impacted by these decisions are notified, both of the permit decision, which is on DTSC, but also appeals opportunities. So yes, DTSC needs to work on its own website to be more community friendly, but also the Board of Environmental Safety website should include permit decisions that may be appealed. So as those come forth, it would be great if the board's website also include that information and opportunities for appeals. In addition to websites, continue working on alternate ways of getting notice to those that need it most. I know there's a mailing list. It's not very good in my experience. DTSC's mailing lists are under-inclusive by quite a bit. But these are the types of things, like multiple modes of getting the information out there to those who need to know it. So emailing, mailing lists, public notices in the community itself, like physical notices, those types of things should be looked at. And then accessibility. Some of these are common sense and some of these are maybe not so much. Obviously, translation, as well as hearings and times and locations accessible to impacted residents. I don't think you should be having hearings here for a lot of the hazardous waste facilities unless it's a Sacramento facility. So really going to the places where the facilities are located in order to have those hearings. And this one I do want to really point out is, right now, when you heard about the existing process, it's very legal. It's briefing, it's, written petitions, specifying all these very technical modalities of getting the information in front of DTSC. I would recommend that there always be a public hearing, not discretionary, not something that's not used, but the primary means of deciding a permit appeal should be public. This is a public board. We created it for transparency's sake. And so, I think we ought to have it in a public setting. And in addition, multiple means of providing information to the board. So we don't need legal briefs. If there are other ways that information can be transmitted for the board's review, those should be adopted. So being very flexible about how we are going to accept information that we're going to be looking at as part of the appeal decision. This is more for DTSC, but there is funding in the bill to assist with technical advisors. And so really figuring out how those technical advisors can help the community present its appeal to you all. So that, some sort of technical help would be very helpful for this appeals process. And so how do we get those funds to the right folks? Something that DTSC also needs to be obviously participating in. In terms of just the days, the timeline for appealing, right now it's 30 days. These permit decisions take decades. And so for DTSC to have years and years and years, and then residents who may or may not know to have only 30 days, it's too short. So I definitely think we should increase the time to appeal. I said 90 days. I think that could even be longer. But 30 days is just too short of a time period for residents to learn about and prepare something to submit. And then additionally, be very generous in your ability to grant extensions for good cause, or even upon request. So again, retain some of that flexibility for folks that have these barriers that we're trying to overcome. Bye. And this is the final slide. So disclosures and conflicts. So there is some discussion in the bill language establishing the board about conflicts of interest. Obviously, this is going to be very important for permit appeals. So if any board member has a perceived or real conflict of interest, a financial conflict of interest in a facility or operation, should recuse themselves. So more than just disclosure, but actual recusal. And then also the last thing is, sometimes we have these boards, where there's a lot of testimony, a lot of considerations on the table, and it's just an up or down vote. Again, we're trying to create accountability and transparency. So understanding, the reasons for why the board or a board member votes one way or another on appeal, that's very important information for the community to have, to understand and to trust that the board is actually listening, has heard, and has done due consideration of the issues that are before it. I think would be very important. All that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. I'm sure there are questions abounding for you and maybe some additional ones for Paul. So if you could.
And I actually did have a question for Paul that I was going to start with, but I'll finish with it if I could.
By all means.
Really quickly before you do that. So for anyone joining us on Zoom or in the room, so Ingrid will go first with the public comment, but if you would like to also comment or have a question for either of our presenters or anything for the board to consider during this matter, we will allow up to 5 minutes for commenters to express themselves. And again, you would just raise your hand from the Zoom toolbar, or if you're in room, we don't have any comment cards in the basket, but if you do want to comment on this item, I will provide opportunity for you guys to come up to the podium as well. So Ingrid, go ahead.
My question for Paul is just if you can give us a sense of the numbers, how many permits get appealed, how many get appealed from the impacted resident, how many permits come from impacted communities versus the stakeholders, and then how many of those appeals, get to the first or second round of review.
And so by stakeholder, you're talking about permitted facilities when you use that term, correct?
Let me say
just to
regulated
make the
entities,
distinction. Some have it broadly. So Paul, do you have any numbers for us on that?
Sorry to say no. I would have to look back at the dockets and see what we've done in the past few years. There's not a huge number of permit appeals, maybe 1 or 2 a year at the most. And they vary. I mean, some of the permits that are at facilities with a lot of public interest, will have petitions raised by the community and their activists. In most cases, that's not correct. I mean, it doesn't happen because it's an oil transfer station. There's been no interest on the draft permit itself, except from the facility. So there's a fair number of standardized permits that are not appealed, or if they're appealed, it's only by the facility. Post-closure permits are probably similar to that. If they're appealed, they're usually appealed by the facility based on the monitoring requirements that might be imposed. So it's probably relatively few cases. There's big ones like Lawrence Livermore National Lab has a big community group, and they've done it. Quemetco, certainly, Kettleman's Hills, certainly. So those are the big ones that I review that have community involvement in the appeals.
And you referenced that the director, DTSC itself, in the past has been able to challenge a permit, but it didn't seem like that happens frequently, correct?
No, I don't recall the department itself has asked to appeal.
And the question will be for the board, does the board want to consider that the board has the authority to challenge a permit and request an appeal that in some way? So just want to put out that we don't have the answer to that. So that's a topic, whether the board could appeal. I think the disclosure piece, I just want to remind everybody, we have our governance responsibilities, our ex parte, our operational guidelines. I don't think there's any of us confused about that, but we will ask that question. Greg, I'm sure will poll each of us before we have any hearing to ensure that we don't have any potential conflicts or violations. So you're tasked with holding us to that, Greg, okay? And I think your question about you raised the issue of technical advisors for that is provided in the funding. Is that at all in any level? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with that clause. Is it only for the purpose of appealing, or is it, tell me what the technical advisor requests can be made, and then we will look into what the funding is for that and what's happened with that so far. I'm just new information for me. I probably heard it once, but have no recall.
Yeah, certainly not for permit appeals, and not even very much for permitted facilities in general. It's been more used for the remediation sites, but there was funding in the bill. Again, not clear if it's limited to remediation sites, but I guess I would ask DTSC to see if there's flexibility to also make technical experts available.
Let's put that on our, Greg, I think that's also Greg and Swati. Let's get clarification on that.
If I could ask something related to that, is this something that could possibly be used? Because I understand, we can have technical advisors that, like a scientist who can inform the public of the specifics related to a permit or an appeal. Would a lawyer also be considered a technical advisor?
I don't know. I mean, I think we have to get more information on that. Any other questions from board members or the public for, yes, thank you. Angela.
And if you could just restate your name and any affiliation for the record, please.
Yeah. Hear me now? Yeah. Okay.
We're going to get an allocation for new microphones for all the conference rooms. Just want to put that
Yeah,
out
no,
there.
if everybody could
Somebody
just
put
use
that
their
in the budget,
outside voice
please.
though too.
Yes. So I'll use my thespian voice to address you all. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazares. I'm with Earth Justice, and I have a question and 2 comments. I'll start with my comments. First, I want to encourage the board to think about this process as a process where the impacted community is actually part of the process. don't have to request to be part of the process. There's not a special procedure for including them in the process. There are not special hurdles they have to jump over in order to be seen or heard in this process, but rather there are really three key stakeholder groups. One would be the regulated community, one would be the regulators, and one would be the impacted community. And the impacted community doesn't stop at the boundaries of what we'd consider a fence line community. But because these issues are statewide issues that may show up in various different configurations in the very small number of permitted facilities that are across the state, the impacted community could be anyone in the state, because today someone else's facility, tomorrow your facility, right? And so the language that's currently available, allowing any person to participate in the appeals process, I believe is on the right track as we're thinking about how we move forward. The second comment that I would like to make is, I think as we move forward, thinking about the appeals process as the next step almost in the permitting process. That is to say, we need to have strong underlying permitting engagement. We need to have, if we're going to have support for people to understand and be involved in the decision, we can't add that at the permit appeal stage. We need to add that at the permitting stage, because that's where you actually have the time, the ability to build the kinds of understanding that you need to have the ability to think about the complex issues before you get to the permit appeals. As much as I love a good appeal, goodness knows I love a good appeal.
I know you do.
You know I do.
I know you do.
I definitely do. But I more prefer not having to appeal, right? I prefer a good, solid, clean process that was transparent, that was, and in the words that you opened with today, that was efficient, fair, and thorough. And it happened at the permitting process. And so when you get to the end, maybe there's a few issues that are left over, but you're not trying to hash out the things that went wrong in the permitting process in the appeals process. The final thing that I'll just note about that is I heard what my dear colleague Ingrid said about the limitations that are in the current version, the previous version of the permit regulations. I actually believe I agree with Ingrid that having a clearly stated parameter that includes a range of things that one would be able to raise in the appeals process. Presumably they've been raised in the permitting process, and the permitting department and the public or the regulated community didn't see eye to eye, then we show up in the appeals process for a next determination on this. But that I believe the current language, the previous process, already allows for more than just a permit condition, because there are lots of things that DTSC is responsible for. I think that we heard from Paul that CEQA questions in the past had not really been incorporated into the appeals process. I believe that that is inappropriate limitation, because then where you go with that. Similarly, if you are denied pieces of your permit appeal and pieces of it go forward, then what does that mean for how you seek judicial review? You're sort of piecemealing, oh, this piece is over, but this other piece is still going. So I go to the court now for mandamus, but then I come back later after the thing is, it just makes things unwieldy. And so I would urge a process that allows efficiency not only during the process, but also if any party is going to seek mandamus after the process. One termination, one decision, everything moves forward together as a bundle. And then my final thing is just a question that I have for, I don't know if it's for whomever is going to answer it. In moving forward with this process and your decision-making around it, are you intending to adopt emergency regulations, or are you intending to have a standard decision-making, a standard regulatory package that goes forward for the final adoption of the regulations?
I'm going to let Alexis start with this. Greg can add to it. We've been exploring that entire range, as you can well imagine. So Alexis, where are we?
The board has not weighed in as a board on this question. As Liz Greg, Swati and I have worked on trying to develop a process. We're thinking that given that we have 2 appeals pending, that the sooner that we could address those pending appeals, the better. And so we're going to come back to the board in the upcoming meetings with a timeline, ideally at our September meeting in the Bay Area, with the likelihood of recommending for the board's consideration emergency regs at the front end so that we can tackle the appeals that have been filed and any that may yet be filed. And then the possibility, depending on our bandwidth, of following the emergency regs with the normally adopted regs. But the board hasn't at all weighed in on that. But from a process point of view, we're feeling the press of time. And we're also humbled by the task of getting the public input and drafting the regs. At this stage, I would say that there may be some things that we can devise as a board that are procedural, that don't have to be in regs, that could be guidance that the board could adopt and revise by a board vote with proper notice. And then there will be some things that probably belong in regulation. And we're trying to think about how to craft that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela.
And Greg may want to add.
Greg, do you want to add to that?
Sure. Yeah, I would like to add just to say that SB 158 did give the board emergency rulemaking authority. And one added benefit of that is that, and I'm not the only lawyer in the room here, but I believe that actually is a statutory grant for emergency rulemaking, which is somewhat special in that ordinarily emergency regulations expire after 180 days. I believe our emergency regulation authority is permanent in nature. So that's quite handy. So, it gives us a little added muscle to do this and do it quickly.
And it doesn't preclude us, as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that if we adopt emergency regulations and are moving apace and realize there are 2 more that we need or 3 more that we need to expand on, or this one didn't work, we have that authority as well. So we want to be consistent. It's not like we're throwing spaghetti on the wall and we just want to try something and see how it goes. We're really conscious of the fact that this may be in stages. And as we continue to work with, and I don't know, Wayne, if you have any thoughts on any of Angela's comments or Mohammed, but how we think about building on the permit process. And there may be things that come up or recommendations that we may very well have as we're confounded perhaps by a process that we don't understand or we think we could deliver to us a set of conditions that would make our work more seamless, more streamlined, more inclusive. And I will say that our intent is for these to be public. That's the whole point of the board. And I don't know how many permit appeals we'll have. We'll have to see if as I know, DTSC is ramping up its ability to deal with permits. So there are more permits being issued. And just on a math level, my guess is there'll be more appeals coming forth. So we're really conscious of the totality of our obligations and bandwidth to deal. So we have a lot of work to do on that. And I think, as you all know, we're still in the process of recruiting and hiring our technical staff. So that's a factor in our timeline as well. But Wayne or Mohammed, do you have anything you want to comment back to Angela, since we're in our infamous workshop mode here?
Yeah, I would just say we're always open to, I talk about it all the time, continuous improvement. We're always looking for ways to improve the process. So if there's anything that we can work on in the public engagement sphere, we're always open to looking at that. Very open to that.
And I know one of the things that came up was mailing. So, and I know by mailing, we're not just talking about emailing, not just the people who have signed up on the website. And one of the issues has been the cost of snail mail to large swaths of the public. And that's something that we have to think about going forward, and how effective they are. So I don't have any historical information on that to understand, are they successful? Is that the best way? Or are there key organizations in a geographic area that can assist us in notifying the public? So I think we want to work with the Office of Public Engagement, the Environmental Equity Group, and our own outreach, environmental justice and outreach committees to determine what is the best way to reach people. That's not just looking at cost, but if it's not efficient, then if a mailer doesn't get anybody there, then why are we doing it? Or if email isn't successful, how do we do this? And I think really looking at a systems-wide review of that and saying, can we really outline in the permitted, whatever's coming before us, who are the groups? Who are the organizations that are connected to community? Who do the permitted facilities? Who are they want to bring into these hearings? So I think we have a lot of work to do in that area, and we're certainly going to welcome thoughts as that comes up.
And we do have a comment, a raised hand from the Zoom side. Deborah Bayer, if you could restate your name and any affiliation for the record, and you have the floor and up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. This is Debbie Bayer, and I am associated with the San Francisco Bay Toxic Cleanup Coalition. And I want to just say I support really all of Ingrid's comments, especially the comment she made about how right now it's the DTSC that reviews their own decisions, and that could be made better if the Board of Environmental Safety felt like they were able to do an independent review. And then if I could speak as a kind of a community member, it is complicated. It's complicated. I've been doing this for years, and yet I'm still not clear about how CEQA intersects with permits and the DTSC, that kind of thing. And also I'd like what Ingrid's suggestion about the board members explaining their votes instead of we just get this, 5-4 decision kind of thing, or, and then finally, sometimes what you want is not just a scientific lecture, but an explanation, if that makes any sense. For example, say a limitation on a piece of property is that there could be no schools there or senior centers, and yet children and old people and families can live on it. So there's things that kind of your logic, your own common sense bumps up against. And I would like those kind of explanations too, whether they're at public participation or whether they're kind of addressed, but on that level that most people who can't figure that kind of paradox out could be explained to. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you for that comment. And I feel the question inside of it. So I think we'll be looking at that.
Into the microphone.
Thank you. Pardon?
Into the microphone.
Into the microphone. Yes. I'm Italian. I have to move. It just goes with it, but I'll do my best. Thank you.
So is there any other comments from the public who have joined us? Any other questions? If not, we can head to lunch.
Right. We've got 5 minutes before 1 o'clock, right? I want to see if there are board members who have comments or questions, and then we'll wrap for lunch.
I have a tactical question, which is the material that you shared, Ingrid. Will you make that available for the board consumption data? Thank you.
We were going to take it anyway, Ingrid. Yeah.
As well as Wayne and Mohammed's presentations.
Yes, absolutely.
Those will be, all of those presentations will be publicly available in the coming days.
Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to thank you both for the presentations. They're very insightful, and definitely give us a lot to think about. I did write a few things that I feel like can provide us some guidance to bring back to our workshops. I don't know if there's perhaps through lunch if we can come and revisit and maybe highlight some other things that people would like to ask the audience during our workshops, since we do have a limitation because of Bagley Keene on how we can hold some of these workshops. We would be limited to 2 board members at a time. And so maybe I can give this invitation to the rest of the board on what types of input they would like from the public for us to relay to them. Is that something that makes sense to you guys?
Absolutely. So we'll be the committee chairs on permit appeals will be holding workshops. We won't be doing all the workshops as a full board as we are here. So the question is, what else do we want to know? What the other board members want the co-chairs of permit appeals group to be asking? What do any of you who may or may not be at the workshops, go to our info at BES dot all the dots.
BES info at bes.dtsc.ca.gov.
I know it's cumbersome, but go there and ask your questions, right? Send us an email. Say when you hold these workshops and public meetings, these are questions we think are useful to be asking in those meetings. So we want this to be really robust and inclusive and have multiple opinions on the same topic. So we're hearing some today. We want to transfer those to the next set of meetings so that we get feedback on those as well. And obviously the same people won't be at all the meetings unless you all plan on showing up at all the workshops, which would be great. But we want to hear your questions, your concerns. And we also do want to hear from the regulated community. So haven't quite gotten there yet. I'm hoping that we will be hearing from people who will be and facilities that will be affected by the changes in our process. And there will be, we know there will be some changes. We'll be in continuous dialogue with Wayne and Mohammed and Paul. This isn't the end, Paul. We'll be asking, I know, more detailed questions. I know we raised it on one of the earlier meetings, and I think we're going to want to dig more deeply into the CEQA question and other ones that will come up for members of the board that are raised by the public, and the same for the permitting division. And I appreciated your welcoming anything that comes out of our process that will enhance the permitting process. The better it is at that level, obviously, the easier our work will be. So we're highly motivated to assist with that.
I just wanted to
questions and comments from the board?
Just to add, or just to reiterate what Chair Member Strauss-Hacker had said. With these workshops, it is an open invitation. As Ingrid did her presentation for 10 minutes, we welcome presentations from the public. You can give presentations up to 10 minutes. You can also show up and give public comments. These workshops will be available by Zoom. So if you can't attend in person, you can call in on Zoom. And we would like your input. So that's why we're giving multiple opportunities. And Alexis or Chairmember Strauss-Hacker will share the dates again.
And they'll be posted obviously today, August 25th here in Sacramento. And then the afternoon, as Liz Ruiz had said, of September 28th from 3 to 5 p.m. at the DTSC office in Berkeley, 700 Hines. The following day, we have a full day board meeting in the Bay Area, and we're working to pin down that location. We expect to receive additional comment on this topic there. We decided to add a workshop in Southern California to make sure that people have the opportunity to comment. As Liz Ruiz mentioned, it would be the afternoon of October 20th. And we're aiming for downtown Los Angeles from an accessibility point of view. November 14th from 3 to 5 p.m. in the Central Valley. One option that we haven't explored is the DTSC Clovis office and whether they have a room that would be amenable to our purposes. And then November 15th, the board meeting the next day to follow. Also public comment on this in the Central Valley, which could be Fresno, it could be elsewhere. We haven't decided that yet. So those are the 6 opportunities. At that time, I think we really need to gather ourselves and have some robust material for discussion publicly. We are certainly going to continue with an open and transparent process and to be accountable for doing this task.
Thank you.
No. You have a question, Georgette?
Yeah, I have a question just in regards to process before we break into lunch. I think Liz is asking for a possible conversation about us giving some input on these workshops that y'all are going to. So are we going to have that? Or
So maybe so that everyone has the lunch break to think about it. I think the idea was to take lunch break and then board come back with your thoughts and ideas on what kind of questions you would like your board members to ask, and then anybody from the public who also wants to engage on that topic, then while you guys are eating, think about that.
Just wanted to make sure that we were
That's a
answering
good
that
point.
request.
Thank you.
Maybe I can just add one comment there. These workshops will be noticed 10 days in advance. So,
Not the
what, I mean,
the board meetings.
okay.
Workshops.
We'll provide notification well in advance, but it's not going to follow the same rules that a board meeting
Okay.
would.
I was going to say more than 2 could attend if they wanted to, but I guess we're not trying to impose on the board members' time. I mean, we're trying to balance, including the board members, but also being efficient and having a committee function. So we're working that out.
Okay.
Yes.
Lunch?
Go.
Okay. So we will break for lunch. We will return at 2 p.m. or 2:05. 2:05 p.m. Everybody back in the room and with your suggestions on what our board members should be asking during those public workshops. Thank you so much, and we will see you all soon.
Yes, if you talk like this versus if you talk like this. So project and have it close to your mouth. Don't talk quietly with it far away from your mouth.
Going through the list. Well, Lynn Goldman? Really? Wow. The Lynn Goldman? The Lynn Goldman. But thanks, Jess. Okay, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are 1 minute away from starting. I know, just can't wait. And Jessica, you're going to open it, right? With the public comments comment, right? Yeah. But 7 is public comments not on the agenda. I know, I'm asking her what we're, wait a minute.
Okay, it is 2:05 p.m. and we are going to return from break or from our lunch break at this time. I just want to note really quickly that we maintain quorum by having all 5 board members here with us right now. So at this time, we're going to go back to a question from one of our board members, Liz Ruiz, who had asked the fellow board members as well as our public members, what kind of questions should she and Alexis be asking during these workshops about the development of the permit appeals process. So at this time, if you are joining us in the room, we'll save time for raised hands in a moment. And then after, so if you're joining us on Zoom, if you'd use the raise hand function from your Zoom toolbar. So right now I will throw it to Jeannie to facilitate board member input for questions that should be asked during these workshops.
And everybody bear in mind, it's not the last time that you can offer questions to Liz and Alexis for them to conduct the most robust workshopping and for us to continue to solicit input. We'll have available to us everything that went on today, including the slide presentations by DTSC team, and also and the comments that were made by others. So now we want to hear from any board members for Liz and Alex or any other members of the public. If you were constructing the agenda and had questions to ask at the next workshop, what would they be? And I hope we'll get them in English and in Spanish. Thank you. I'll start with Sushma. Do you have something?
Not at the moment.
Jet does.
I do, and I appreciate Liz asking that question, because I know that you and Alexis are about to start doing workshopping and trying to get more engagement. So the question that I have, as we were able to listen to the presentations from staff today, in terms of process, one thing that I'm very much mindful of is how do we improve and make it accessible, this very technical and complicated process of permitting and appeals is very technical. So how do we make it more accessible for anybody? I think it's very important. And how do we improve engagement? What are some of the ideas? That would be where I am at the moment.
To Georgette. Any other board members? So for those who just arrived, this is where Lizette asked us at the end of the session to raise any questions that we would like Lizette and Alexis to put forth at future workshops and for us to put out on the website for people to respond to. So thank you for that, Georgette. Anyone else have a comment for? Yes.
So in addition to the workshops, one thing that I would suggest for the board to consider is for public, any stakeholder that wants to provide input that they could possibly email and comment,
Yes.
and we could make that publicly available. And or if there are one-on-one meetings with member Liz and member Alexis, that those presentations are also publicly made available in the spirit of being transparent.
Other questions, comments? Yes, Sushma.
Wearing the performance metrics hat here, if we can figure out a way to come up with quantitative metrics to assess the quality of the engagement, I'd like us to see us go there.
Member Sushma, do you mean assigning a metric for the engagement of the workshops, or can you clarify?
Yes, sure. So we heard today that while there are in the process, there are many intervention points for the public to provide comment, the engagement quality may not be way up to par what the community would like, both in terms of notification and awareness, and also in terms of like how the comments are received and closing the loop on the comments. So my broad ask here is, it seems to be subjective based on who's receiving the information versus who's conveying the information. So if we can come up with some sort of metric that allows us to assess the quality of engagement, which means it might be X number of engagement methods, Y number of channels. I'd like us to have more objective frameworks that we enforce through best practices.
Does anybody else have anything? And it's not the last time. We do have an email, remember? And you know how to reach us. info@. It's not I guess we're not doing call and response.
It's on the screen.
BES.DTSC.ca.gov. But any of those questions, we really welcome them. So.
Okay, thank you all so much for your input. Thank you, board members, for your input as well. So we will now move on to public comments for items that are not on actually, I take that back. Chuck White does have a comment on the BES DTSC permit appeals process. So if you'd like to come to the podium at this.
No, well, we were going to come back to it, but it's fine. We'll absolutely hear your question.
We represent a bunch of folks in the hazardous waste, solid waste, other industries. I'm a registered civil engineer and a geotechnical engineer, and I've worked in waste and hazardous waste issues for even longer than Paul Ruffin has. So I won't tell you exactly how long it is. I don't want to date myself, but you couldn't find a better person than Paul to help advise you on the appeals process. And he's got a lot of knowledge, and I understand he might be retiring by the end of this year. So you might have to try to figure out a way to keep him on a little bit longer if you can. I'm sure he's going to beat me up afterwards if he gives me a chance. One of our clients is Quimetco, which I would like to mention, if I may, in circuitous fashion. Is a general.
Well, let's just say there is a permit appeal pending. Everyone knows that. We cannot talk about that facility here.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, so.
May I talk about lead acid batteries?
Is it in relationship to the development of the permit appeals process?
Hang on a minute, Jess. Let me talk to Greg.
What we're most interested in, Mr. White, is comments that relate to the presentation that Paul gave on the permit appeals process. So we heard from.
That's what I'm going to be speaking to.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean that would be fine. We'd ask that you not be too specific about a pending appeal.
I think so. Well, we certainly don't want any challenges later on, Mr. White, for violating anything. So
that's why I asked. I wanted to make sure I was clear.
There you
on
go.
That.
Okay.
So the issue is, we have great respect for the folks that have communities that are near hazardous waste facilities, and they have issues that need to be addressed. And I'm sure you're going to do that. But there's also the issue of the need for hazardous waste facilities to handle the hazardous waste that is generated in California. And I would give an example of one particular one, but I'll just simply say there's 10 million lead acid batteries per year. And where is that going to go if there isn't a place in California to handle that? And I would submit to you that the alternatives would be, if we can't do it in California, it's going to go to Mexico or Pacific Rim countries. And somehow in your discussion of the permitting for these facilities, you need to take into account that question somehow. That how is California going to meet the need for the hazardous waste? To people, and just using the lead acid batteries as one example, but you can pick any of a number of things. 10 million a year in California. Every person that has an automobile generates a waste battery every 5 to 6, 7 years.
Mr. White,
So it's.
this seems to be directed at the permitting
I'm just
decision
talking as an
process.
example. I'm not
Okay.
mentioning anybody by name, but
Okay.
I just want to have to be more familiar with than anything else. But I would like you to urge you to find a way to balance your consideration of what the facility wants, what the community wants, and what California needs with respect to managing its hazardous waste. And I'm just worried that there hasn't been enough discussion about how that enters into your deliberations on appeals process. And I'm hoping that we can find a way to do that. We'll certainly, if we have people in the industry generally that would like to comment on a particular facility, we'll do that. But I would like to make sure that that the board recognizes the need through this hazardous waste management plan that unfortunately won't be around for another 3 or 4 years, that you're going to have to make some recognition of the need for these facilities to exist. Everybody generates in hazardous waste in California, as we pointed out. We're all responsible for the waste that we generate. Some are hazardous, some are not. I've worked in hazardous waste and waste issues for too long to mention. And there is a need for these facilities to exist. And I agree, there needs to be some kind of, I think there needs to be some kind of dialogue between the facilities and the need for those facilities and the communities that have concerns about their specific attributes of the facility. And how does that dialogue take place? Is that something that has to happen before it gets to the board? Or is this something the board can facilitate to try to encourage a discussion of issues in a give and take situation? It almost, to me, seems like you're setting up yourself to be a immovable object versus an irresistible force. The forces that we need to have this facility, but the people don't want these facilities. And somehow we've got to find a way to site facilities to meet the needs of California, while at the same time trying to address the needs of the communities that are around them. And that is going to be a very tough balancing operation. And I'm not clear in my own mind how that gets done. Does that get done by this board before the end of the day, or does it get done through some other process? So I think that there's a need to facilitate communication on all aspects, open and free communication. I'm a little bit concerned about your Keene-Bagley requirements of ex parte communication. We'd like to be able to have that conversation on situations when they come up, just as you should be able to have communications with the communities. But I would like to make sure that everybody has equal access to the board in deliberating on these permit appeals. Thanks.
Some things are out of our purview. We have a specific mandate. The legislature, the governor's office, the voters of California who have put into place many of the laws and regulations that flow to the requirements. So that's not what we're taking on, right? We're taking on the specific permit appeals that will come before this board. And certainly there's opportunities other opportunities for, I testified, and you probably heard it, the legislature,
course, I
Dr.
was there.
Meredith, Francesca Negri, and myself. And the conversation was, no, we don't want to export waste, but we need our communities to be safe, our public to be safe. That's what we're holding. We're holding that balance. But it's not our job to facilitate an ex parte dialogue. We just can't do that. You know that. We're going to have them here. We're going to hear from people here. I'm glad you spoke up today, and I'm glad the community members
Yeah,
did.
absolutely.
And when it comes to a permit appeal hearing, then I expect that we're going to hear from everybody with a point of view.
Exactly.
But the larger question of the California way of dealing is really not, that's not ours. We're not legislators. We're not governors. We're not putting these laws into effect.
Well, forgive me if I'm misinformed, but I believe that you do have responsibility for coming up with a hazardous waste management plan. And I think that plan, it should, if you're not contemplating, is going to tell everybody where is the hazardous waste to the best of your knowledge going to go. Is it going to be managed in California? Is it going to be exported?
Okay.
What facilities are needed to be able to manage?
DTSC is going to come up with the plan. We'll be reviewing it, working with them with it. Our job will be to approve it. When we get to the dialogue around the hazardous waste plan, when we have public hearings on hazardous waste management, that will be the place for a conversation, not specifically on the permit appeal piece.
Well,
you might challenge
might
that, as I
argue,
can
for
feel
maybe
it
in a
coming.
friendly way, hopefully argue that that this is something that you need to keep in your mind as you're reviewing individual permit appeals, whether or not this facility is necessary to help Californians, and whether or not it is operating at the highest standards that are reasonably achievable. And if that's the case, where else are you going to put it?
I understand what you're saying, and there'll be an evaluation of reasonably achievable, achieved, not achieved. That'll be part of what happens with the permit process and the permit appeal process. And there may be differing opinions about it, and that will be deliberated at the time that it comes before us, but we can't presuppose what's going to come before us.
The problem facing you right now, though, is you have at least 2 appeals and maybe more coming, depending on what the deal is. Basically, those processes are held up and cannot be processed until the appeal is completed. And the appeal can't really be processed until you have some kind of framework, or you defer to the DTSC process.
No, we're not. We don't have that option, that luxury, or that. No, we're waiting, and I know that's got to be frustrating for people across the board. We've been as open about it as we can be, and we're just all going to have to wait.
Yeah, I understand waiting, and we can all wait patiently. And I'm certainly a man of patience after working in waste and hazardous waste for on these many years.
But I think I understand your concerns. I think hold them for when there's open discussions about the hazardous waste plan for the whole state. But right now, we really want to talk about the permit appeal process comments, and we have public comments, and we also have the director's report.
Well, that's what I'm trying to indicate, with all due respect, is to try to indicate that during this deliberation on permits, you have to take in the wide variety of factors that are calling for these facilities.
And we will take them into consideration.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything they want to add to my response? Yes, please.
I had mentioned earlier that we were very much aware that of the 2 permit appeals that have been filed, that we're at the front end of beginning a process to develop permit appeal procedures and regulations. This next number of months, and it won't just be a few months, but this next number of months also presents an opportunity for the facilities and the communities that are the subject of the 2 pending appeals to engage in informal dispute resolution, perhaps to narrow what is on appeal. I realize that no relationship comes without the baggage that gets us to where we are now, but it does seem before we actually will hear those appeals that there is an opportunity to engage in dispute resolution of an informal nature.
So we are going to move on to
Yeah.
public comment for items not on the agenda. Again, anyone who has joined us in person, I do not have any comment cards in my basket at this time, but I will leave an opportunity for in-person folks to raise their hands. Anybody joining on our Zoom can use the raise hand function from the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. So I do have one commenter from our Zoom, Joanna Guardian. If you would like to express your comment, please state your name and if any affiliation for the record.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Joanna, and I'm here as part of a resident leadership collective coming from North Richmond, a historically marginalized and environmentally overburdened community. I'm here to bring to your attention a project happening in my community. Centerpoint Properties has released a draft action plan for a contaminated site. The DTSC has only required it to clean up to option 2, an option the community largely disagrees with given the environmental impacts this can have on an elementary school that is situated right next door to the site. The other issue is that right across from the site, we have a community-supported agricultural farm that supplies hundreds of low-income families with fresh produce boxes grown in our community. During one of the only community meetings held by the DTSC project manager and the property owner, the DTSC representative falsely claimed that the DTSC cannot require a site to clean up more than what the site is zoned for. We all know that the DTSC is in fact the body that can require more regardless of current or future land use. North Richmond has been identified as an area of concern, but the owner of the site is not cleaning up this site because they want to improve the community, but only check off a box to build 3 massive warehouses that will continue to contribute to the environmental pollution in my community. We ask that the decision be made to clean up this site to option 3, especially given the environmental justice stance that the DTSC has taken more recently. In order to truly embody environmental justice values, the DTSC must advocate for the health and safety of working class brown and Black communities already burdened by heavy pollution. That's all I have to comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have another comment, Latifa Abdullah. If you would like to state your name and affiliation for the record and express your comment, you can unmute yourself now. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for this format. My name is Latifa Abdullah, and I'm here in association with Urban Health, the farm in North Richmond that was just referenced. And I wanted to, a couple of things, what we've noticed with regard to, like with this, the draft raw, we received a notice in the mail. Well, first of all, like in 2019, we received a survey, and it was a skeletal survey, basically saying, "Are you aware of this site? Would you attend a meeting with regard to this site?" There was no other information in the survey. And then just in June, we received a notice about a draft removal, the draft raw, the action plan. And basically that was, we were given 30 days to respond, and we were directed to a site, the Enviro Store, and to review a 600-page document, technical document, and then respond. So I wanted to encourage the DTSC to be more mindful of, if I could just be blunt, that the community engagement was just not there, and it was like pulling teeth to actually get a response for them to come to a meeting where the community normally gathers. So if you're going to be serious about community input, community engagement, it would be great to actually come to where the community is, and then and it should just be standard. It seems to have a series of meetings rather than sending out a skeletal survey with hardly any information, and then 2 to 3 years later saying, okay, well, there's going to be this development here, and and there's toxins on the site, but we're not really
30
going
seconds.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, let me just, and then also I wanted to ask you about, I wanted to put out the thing about, a comment about brownfields. So if you're the regulatory body that has the purview over brownfield sites, rather than waiting for a developer to come and ask you to clean up the site, or it would just be great for you, for the benefit of the community, just to have it done because there were federal funds before a developer even approaches. But thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. We have a commenter, Dante Miguel. If you would like to express your comment at this time, please state your name and any affiliation for the record. You have 2 minutes.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dante Angel McGill. I am from San Pablo and Richmond, which is in the East Bay. And today I'm representing Healthy Contra Costa as their project manager for resident leadership, and also to uplift the voices of the North Richmond resident leadership team and broader North Richmond community. So based on Cal EnviroScreen, North Richmond is identified as one of the many disadvantaged communities facing many different types of public health issues and pollution. Despite that, North Richmond also has a history of cultural richness, community spirit, and resilience in the midst of racial discriminatory policies and real estate practices that have created economic and housing hardships for its local residents. And despite that, those challenges, there's been a rise in advocacy and organizers in the community standing for improving the quality of life for the North Richmond residents. And I'm also here to raise up the community concerns related to a draft removal action work plan at the Brookside Drive development site, because we believe that the current cleanup option is not enough and justified. We need an excavation and offsite disposal of all contaminated soil at this development, because the threat of drifting contaminated soil with many chemical contaminants like lead and arsenic would increase the risk on health of the local elementary school youth, the local farm, and the local residents. Also, the community was not fully informed about the risk processes and details for prevention and monitoring related to the site. And there was also not enough opportunities to have community be fully engaged at different levels related to the decision-making processes around this development, which is very important because they're the ones that are going to be affected by the decisions related to that. And in order to achieve equity and support the health, safety, and ability for these marginalized communities to actually thrive, I would like to request that there should be the best possible cleanup or excavation and offsite disposal of all contaminated soil somehow, increased transparency, monitoring, and meaningful community engagement. So kind of going beyond the surveying and having more weekly meetings,
30 seconds.
DTSC presence, to be responsive and meet the needs and comfort of the community, and an investment into connections and relationship from DTSC to the local community organizations, schools, and other entities in North Richmond. And lastly, I would love to have the Board of Environmental Staff to do a community site visit or tour of North Richmond sometime in September, on September 28th. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
I would just want to comment that I heard at the end an invitation. So we will be following up with all the comments, reading them more thoroughly, listening to them, and determining who best can respond to them. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So next we have Sarah Gurdian. If you would please state your name and any affiliation for the record. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Gurdian. I am also with the North Richmond Resident Leadership Team, folks that just spoke up. And also I just want to uplift and just second everything that folks just mentioned. Again, this is about the North Richmond Brookside Drive development. Just to uplift the fact that community was not fully informed of the risks, the process, the specific details for the prevention and monitoring related to the site. And aside from being informed and being part of the process, there was also not many opportunities for the community to fully engage at any levels of the decision-making process throughout this development. And it's been very disheartening to know that just big entities that know of this specific community that is at risk, just neglect the fact that this can affect residents living near the site. We're asking for the DTSC to reevaluate the cleanup selection. Right now, I believe is the option 2. We are hoping that we can get the best possible cleanup for the site. We know that the DTSC can make the decision, and so we are encouraging you all to look at this site again and hopefully make the right decision. Thank you all. That's it for me.
Thank you so much for your comment. And we have one more raised hand. Naima Raz Yasef.
Yeah, thank you. I'll help you with that. Yeah, my name is Naama. I am calling to speak about the same issue. I was present at the MAC meeting when this topic was first, information on this was first provided to the residents. I was shocked as well because I have never heard of that. That is a significant project. I just want to add that not only is it close to urban tilth, it is also close to Verde Elementary School, the only elementary school in the area. I work at a nonprofit called the Watershed Project, and we do community engagement, and there is a specific way to do community engagement that is respecting, that is allows different people that speak different language in the area can engage with, and it seemed like this information was provided just in order to put that on the table and continue to the next phase. So I urge you all to reconsider and allow for a more robust community engagement and provide the residents an opportunity to learn more about the project. I don't see any rush. I don't understand the urgency. I think we all need to be part of this process to better understand it and to help to engage with it and to make it something that will work both for the developer and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. That is all of the raised hands that we have from our Zoom line. If there's anyone who's joining us in person who would like to make a comment at this time, again, this is comments for items that are not on the agenda. Please raise your hand or come to the podium.
Okay.
Seeing none, yep.
Thank you. We will now move backwards to go forwards because we're on item 5 on the agenda, which has now been moved to 2:30. I'm sorry, we're almost 10 minutes late for Dr. Meredith Williams, who will provide us her regular report on DTSC. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Good. So thank you, Chair Rizzo, and thank you, members. It's always good to get a chance to meet with you. Good to see you. I think it's been a great meeting so far. I really thought, if I may brag on my, of course, staff, I thought they did a terrific job presenting to you. But I also thought that the public input was very valuable, not just for the permit appeals process, but for our public engagement more generally and for our permitting process. Even though it's only been a month, a lot can happen in a month. And I want to talk today about a couple of things that have happened. Chair Rizzo mentioned the oversight hearing, and I'll talk about that a little bit. And then I'll touch on 3 items across our 3 core programs that are worthy of a little attention. And then I'll provide you with a few Excite updates. So starting with the August 3rd oversight hearing, it was very well attended. At this time of year, it's the end of session, and they're moving bills very quickly. So I really did not expect to see a large turnout. I was pleased that 7 members of the Assembly or Senate attended, and not only that, they stayed for quite a while. And I really think that reflects the interest and commitment to the department. They are invested in the reforms of SB 158, and they're watching closely. The questions that were asked were very insightful, meant that they knew the details. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's a very good thing. I thought it was a good hearing. The other presenters did a great job. And we got some very positive and helpful feedback. My team all is very familiar with me saying bad news is good news. I like to focus on the things we can do better. So I do want to touch on a few of the comments that we're taking under advisement. The first was a comment about potential over-reliance on CalEnviroScreen in any of our regulatory decisions. You've heard reference to CalEnviroScreen. I won't go into what it is. We can take that offline if you'd like. But the Bay Area in particular has found that communities that may have quite a number of environmental burdens don't always show up with a high EnviroScreen score. And some of that's related to air quality. There are other considerations that make that the case. So we were encouraged to be thoughtful about how we consider CalEnviroScreen when we make any of our decisions, our regulatory decisions. And that's coming up with respect to the SB 673 provisions. It's come up as we've implemented the communities and cleanup in vulnerable communities initiative. But I will say that we're being very thoughtful. CalEnviroScreen, we're putting it in context, and we're not doing anything that's just based on a CalEnviroScreen score, but we'll continue to be mindful of that concern that was raised. There was a question about how we're progressing implementing the provisions of SB 158 with respect to financial assurance. And what's behind that, and what was behind adding that language to SB 158 was we learned some lessons from Exide, and we don't want to see those problems repeated. And so the legislature is very keen to know whether or not the provisions that they put in are adequate, whether or not we are implementing them as intended. And so I do expect that to continue to get attention as we move forward. There was some discussion about concerns about development of affordable housing on contaminated land that's been remediated. And that is a continuing discussion. We as a department feel that when we require a property to be cleaned up to a residential standard, we're confident that our oversight means that people can safely live there. But we recognize, we're not living next to those properties. There are concerns, and other people don't share that confidence that we have. So we are talking to environmental justice leaders about their concerns. In fact, we have a conversation, we're continuing that conversation next week with respect to our equitable communities revitalization grants and how we are considering those concerns about building affordable housing on contaminated land as we implement the ECRG grant program. And then that question ties directly to the fourth thing I want to mention with respect to feedback to DTSC, which is that Ingrid Brostrom highlighted the fact that there is funding. And SB 58 explicitly says that it calls for independent, community-driven confirmation sampling for cleanup work. And we have the funding, and so we need to be looking at how is that funding being used, and how do communities have what they need to pursue that when they want to. So those are a few of the things that were most important to us. Of course, there were three things that I'll mention that were particularly relevant to the board and to your mandate. Meaningful metrics development came up, which is no surprise, especially environmental justice metrics. And I know that's coming up shortly on today's agenda. And internally, Chief Deputy Director Francesca Negri continues to push for us to not just focus on those outputs, but really to look at the outcomes and really find good ways to measure our progress that are meaningful. I've recently got briefed on some of that progress, and I'm really happy with the direction that we're going, and look forward to, I know we'll be discussing that in the coming months. There was the issue raised about potential duplication of authority between the State Water Board and DTSC when it comes to cleanups. That's an item, again, that you are charged with looking at, and we will be here to support you when the time comes to have that discussion. And then lastly, it's been touched on a few times, the question came up, how will the hazardous waste management plan inform a new pollution prevention program? And pollution prevention was not funded through SB 158 and the reforms because we need to take that step back, look at it, figure out how to monetize it, figure out what does it mean to have a modern, effective pollution prevention program now. And so that again is something that you will be instrumental in terms of our thinking about how to move that forward. Overall, it was a very positive hearing, and I just want us to continue on our current path so that we can report out continued progress at our next oversight hearing. So there were 3 programmatic things that I wanted to mention. And I think a couple of you had an opportunity to sit in and listen in on a hearing last week of the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. And last week they held a hearing on a memorandum of understanding between Boeing and the LA Regional Water Board on the NPDES permit for the water board, and that was for the Santa Susana Field Lab. And that hearing was focused on at what point after the cleanup is complete will the water board excuse Boeing from their NPDES permit obligations. And the MOU spells out some very rigorous requirements for monitoring and modeling and making sure that the water's clean before Boeing is no longer obligated to maintain that permit. That said, that MOU was tied to the settlement agreement that DTSC entered into with Boeing. And so now that they have voted 5-0 to approve that MOU, our settlement agreement is in effect. We continue to be very positive about the settlement agreement in terms of really spelling out what Boeing's obligations are to move through the cleanup, to do the risk assessments, to characterize things, to do the confirmation sampling. Everything is spelled out. It's a very detailed process document. There was a tremendous amount of opposition to the water board signing of the MOU, approving the MOU, and to the DTSC agreement. And I really think that that's founded in a misunderstanding of the science behind the risk assessment. I really think that's at the root of the problem. And we don't have time today to go into the risk assessment methodology. We are committed to using the best available science and standard practices. And we're going to continue to try to provide that clarity on what it means. What do the changes in the risk assessment methodology mean as we move forward? It's an opportunity for us to communicate better. I'll mention that last Friday, DTSC issued a draft permit decision for the Fibrotech PTI facility in Santa Fe Springs in Southern California. It has been traditionally a poorly operated facility, let's be frank. Their operations have changed significantly. Again, won't go into details today. It was the oldest permit that DTSC had. And we are confident in the draft permit. We'll see what the public comments come in and whether or not we've got it right, but we really modernized that permit in terms of providing enough specificity within the permit so that when an inspector goes out there, they can tell precisely whether or not that facility is operating as we think it needs to in order to operate safely. And in the case that we need to take enforcement action, we know that permit has the right things in it so that if we have to take enforcement action, we can. We've also made that permit a 5-year permit as opposed to a 10-year permit. This is another check that we can put in place to make sure that it's not 10 years before we go back and look and see, is this facility really doing what it's supposed to do? There were 100 different specific permit conditions that were put into that permit. And if you had read the old permit decision, you'd barely know it was a permit because it was so vague and, did not require much of the facility. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because it was our oldest permit. Last month, I mentioned that SCP, the Safer Consumer Products Program, was going to host a workshop on nail salon products, and they held that workshop on July 27th, I think about 100 folks attended. It was very comprehensive. They shared the data that that resulted from their lab analysis of about 100 nail products. They shared the findings of their literature review. They identified a number of chemicals they're not going to pursue because they just they don't have the evidence that it has those chemicals have the potential for harm. I really think we have the information that we need to keep moving this forward. It's an important sector to protect. The workers who work in nail salons need the protection, and consumers need the protection. So I really think it sets us up for the next steps. Switching to Exide, we had our public meeting. It was, I got to say, this is why we have a board. At the last board meeting, a lot of concerns about worker issues were raised. Some of them were new to us, some of them were not new. We reached out to Local 300 and asked them to really take a more active role in terms of how we're engaging with those workers. They came to that public meeting last week. They spoke about what their role is in terms of helping workers address their concerns. They have committed to DTSC that they will continue to play that role and that they will participate in our public meetings consistently and provide that support that workers need. So to be continued, we'll see, I'm sure you'll hear if that's not working, but we think it's a good step in the right direction. Also on Exide, last time you heard about the NPL listing request, and we did have the retreat that was mentioned. It was very technical, very detailed retreat with US EPA Region 9 staff and our staff, and really hammered out all the information that's needed to be transferred in order for them to move through the process quickly, identified a few things that we really need to keep our eyes on. And of course, importantly to you and to the public, we started to talk about where are those points of public engagement, where are we going to report out, where can people weigh in on the direction that the NPL listing process is going. So we will continue to update you on that. And perhaps at some point it might be appropriate to agendize that again. And then I want to wrap up with, well, not quite wrap up, but I do want, on the Exide topics, I want to say that this week we remediated the 4,000th property around the facility. And, it's still not enough. We still, have a lot to do. But it's a really significant milestone for us. And if we look at how long it took us to get to the 3,200 properties, which was, last fall, and how long it took us to get this next chunk of properties, we are working very efficiently, very effectively. I cannot say enough about that team and how well they work on this huge, huge remediation project. And then I'm going to wrap up by just acknowledging the departure of Secretary Blumenfeld. He walked in the door and plopped himself down next to Francesca and me and said, what are we going to do about DTSC? And he was all in from day one. He stayed with the reform. He pushed me. He pushed the department. He questioned us. He said, you have to get something done on Santa Susana. He said, we have to get this reform done. And he carried a lot of it. He championed it, and he will be sorely missed. That said, if we have to lose Jared Blumenfeld, I couldn't be happier to welcome Yana Garcia Gonzalez back to Cal EPA. She's tremendous. Really has been wonderful working with her in the past, and I'm looking forward to working with her in the future. So with that, I'll wrap up unless you have any questions.
I actually have some points of clarification. So there were a couple of acronyms that you used. If you could clarify those. So let's start with MOU, the acronym, and then also what that kind of thing does.
Okay, it's a memorandum of understanding. It's an agreement between Boeing and the LA Regional Water Board, and it sets the conditions. Right now they're operating under a permit, an NPDES permit, and it's a discharge permit to make sure that the water coming off the site doesn't have any contaminants. And so what they will do, what the agreement is when is that permit no longer necessary? When is the water coming off the site contaminant free enough so that that permit isn't necessary? So they will monitor, after the cleanup is complete, they will monitor for 3 years. They'll do some modeling that would give additional confidence about the fact that the water is safe and that that permit is no longer needed. I'm oversimplifying. I'll acknowledge that. There's more to it, but hopefully that helps.
I think so. And then MPDES is a type of permit from the water board.
That is correct.
Okay. And then can you do the acronyms for PTI and NPL?
Okay. My mistake. I really apologize. Okay. I'll work on that. And I did. PTI is Fibrotech Incorporated. That's the facility that had that old permit that we recently issued a draft permit for. PTI is Fibrotech. And NPL is the National Priorities List, and that is the Superfund list. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm eager to read the entire Fibrotech because you said there's 100 elements in that. There would probably be a phenomenal orientation to us for what can go in a permit. Right? If you put it in there, it's probably worth our knowing about. So I'm going to ask those of us who are interested to, which is everybody, right? We're all interested. See, it's a very interested board. Yeah. Thank you so much, Meredith. I'll see if anyone has a specific question for Dr. Williams. Please do.
Is your mic on?
Apologize. I wanted to appreciate your thoroughness during a lot of these hearings. I know that some of us, were listening in, and I did see the need to, and it falls back to a comment we heard earlier. How do we explain some of the science, some of these, the science that goes behind some of these calculations? And I know that you mentioned during the Santa Susana Field Lab meeting that, calculating a health risk assessment, takes a lot of time. I can't say that I've tried. My husband has a lot of experience in remediation, and even, they relay a lot of these types of reports to toxicologists because they are very complicated. But I'm hoping that in the future these things can be made public, at least, the changes. And I imagine they are somewhere, but maybe, more accessible to any resident to be able to understand at least the idea behind it, and even, the numbers that go behind it. I know that, whenever there are a lot of remediation sites, a lot of changes do happen periodically. And I do see, like on the Hero Note updates, they're very accessible, but, maybe they're just not within the public's purview because it's not something they see often. But I think that's definitely something that we need to consider. And I know that's been a big discussion. How do we reach, these affected communities? And I know it's difficult, and it's something we're going to have to rack our brain in, because I know that at least that came up a lot. How can we reach, the community member that's an older that doesn't have internet access?
Thank you, Liz. And I think Georgette, you had comment.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments. First, thank you so much for the very comprehensive 1 month report. A lot. I want to acknowledge your staff and the team. It takes a village, right, to be able to do the work. So thank you. I am very interested in the Fibrotech permit and learning more about it. Interested to hear the 5 years. That's huge, and gotta acknowledge that.
They're not going to be alone.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But
important tool for us.
yeah, no, but that's huge, right? That we're revisiting the length of these permits. I think that's pretty significant. And I really want to acknowledge the follow-up to the Exide. I really want to thank your team as well too. I know that it was a huge thing that we went as a board to the community and got to hear a little bit more, but there was actually a follow-up from DTSC. There's more work to be done, but the fact that there was an intentional follow-up, that's huge. So really just wanted to lift it up. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you so much,
Certainly.
Dr. Williams. Thank you. Hey, now we are, I can get back on track here. We're going to hear from our esteemed executive officer, our first and only, Swati Sharma.
Why, thank you, Chair Rizzo. So I'll keep this short, just a couple of updates. We have our Cal interpreting and translation contract that was executed, and they're here helping us with interpretation and translation. So thank you. And then also we have 2 more hires to add to Greg and myself. So really excited to make these 2 announcements. We have the Associate Governmental Program Analyst, Sheena Kwenga, who will join us in the coming weeks. So we're excited about that. And then we are also excited to make the announcement for the Staff Services Manager 1 position, the Ombuds, and our own Jessica Swan will be joining us. So we're very excited about that. And we're building up our team. We closed off the application process for the senior hazardous waste engineer. So we'll be conducting those interviews coming up shortly, and we'll be posting a lot more positions coming up. So stay tuned and please spread those positions widely, because we are looking to build up this great team quickly.
Right, and I
great
believe
people.
our org chart is up on the website, and the positions that are still vacant are up there. So there's 2 more people in that category of.
We don't have any open positions right now. All of them are closed, but the open positions will be posted to the website whenever they are open.
So hazardous waste engineers, scientists, more AGPAs working on ombuds. That's what we need. You know anybody? Please be attentive. We're recruiting. And you're recruiting, because if you want us to get these things done, we have to get a staff. So help us. Okay, thank you.
And that's all. Any questions from the board?
I think the short presentation does not do justice to the lift that this woman has been carrying. So I want to thank you. I know we all do. The tremendous effort. Having Swati on board has been unbelievable privilege. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And 2 sentences belies her total effort. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we all appreciate your hard work and see it we all appreciate your hard work and see it every day. And we really looked out.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Swati.
I appreciate that.
If I could just have 2 minutes.
Let's see what's next.
Chair
Am
Rizzo, if I could
right?
just
We're
have
doing
2 minutes.
Public comments.
Public comments. Any other public comments that we missed along the way? Who knows? Okay.
We'll go to that in a second. I wanted to say a couple things.
Yes, we want you to say a couple of things, Jessica, because you have a new job.
Yeah, I do. First of all, I'm honored to accept the position of ombudsperson. So SB 158 established this role to be an independent unit, separate from DTSC and separate from the board. And I think that part of the reason for establishing this role was to move forward with the intention of some of the intentions of SB 158, which is transparency and accountability. And I think that this role is going to be key in that. And I understand that responsibility. And so beginning with getting the 2 AGPA positions that are existing, helping Swati with getting those positions staffed up, and then developing the process for receiving complaints and suggestions. And so right now, there isn't really a process for that for this office because it's newly established. So of course, while we are getting that process established, please feel free to email besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And if you have suggestions on how that can be more accessible or how we can encourage folks to know where that is and to provide complaints. Again, if you could email the BES info box with those suggestions, that way we can get this moving forward. And that is all I have, and we will move into public comments for the EO report. So if you have a public comment about the presentations that we just heard, if you'd please raise your hand if you are in the Zoom box, and then if you're in person, you can also raise your hand to provide public comment. These comments will be limited to 2 minutes. I am not seeing any, so we can
we'll
move forward.
on. Thank you, Jessica. We're now going to hear back from Swati again and board member priority areas.
Sure. So this is going to be a standing agenda item going forward where board members give report backs about their priority areas as well as their liaison to other BDOs. And so first we're going to start off and have Sushma talk a little bit about the strategic process and performance metrics. And also she'll introduce a presentation that we will have from Ingrid Brostrom.
Thank you, Swati. I'll first talk about performance metrics and set the context for what we will hear from Ingrid. And then we'll follow up and talk about the strategic plan as a separate item. So on the performance metrics, there are really two different lenses we are going to use to come up with an approach. The first one is influencing and shaping DTSC's performance metrics through our oversight role. And the second one is to adopt our own performance metrics as a board through a robust public engagement process. Let me speak to number 2 first, which is our own metrics. I think across the board, we acknowledge that we're in the early stages of working through our strategic plan, and we need to have that further along so we have a lens to focus our performance metrics efforts on. So with that being said, we'll focus first on the strategic plan, and we'll come back to a more robust discussion on our performance metrics as a board. And then what you will hear from Ingrid is some suggestions from the community about things we consider when we adopt our own performance metrics. On the topic of influencing and shaping DTSC's performance metrics, I feel like the first step we need to take is to really educate ourselves on how DTSC is thinking through their outputs versus outcomes. And we just heard from Director Williams that Deputy Director Francesca Negri is deeply reviewing this, and there's a process to update their own performance metrics. So I'd like to ask Jeannie and Swati to perhaps help us invite DTSC back to do a performance metrics related overview for board members, perhaps at the next board meeting, as a way for the community to get some education on how DTSC is looking at their performance metrics, also as a way for us to come up to speed on how DTSC is thinking about this. So this is up for discussion, but question for Swati and for Jeannie.
I will check in with DTSC in terms of timeline, because I know this is something that they're working on. It may not be possible by the next board meeting, but maybe upcoming board meetings thereafter.
Okay.
In general, the way we've been handling deep dives is the people responsible for the subcommittee, the people responsible for that priority area do the first deep dive so that we can better understand what else we need for the full board. So I think we'll be doing that as a first deep dive with Francesca, and then saying, oh, could you add this? Could you bring this person? So that when we come to a presentation, similar to what we just did with permits and permit appeals, we had multiple individual meetings first so that the input could drive some of the questions that we asked our colleagues at DTSC to address. And I think it makes for a more complete and fulsome presentation. So I would recommend that to you.
Absolutely agree. So I think one other thing it's worth adding is in terms of our own performance metrics, we talked about holding workshop style engagement forums so that we hear from the public throughout the process. So similar to what we heard earlier about the permit appeals workshops, we'll come back to you with a schedule and some options for these forums in the future. So with that, should I go ahead and introduce our speaker? Wonderful. Okay. I think you've all met Ingrid. She is the Executive Director for Center for Race, Poverty, and the Environment. She has offered to present to us a community perspective on performance metrics. First of all, thank you. She brings a lot of institutional knowledge from influencing and shaping SB 158. So we are looking forward to hearing this. I also want to take the opportunity to do an open invitation to other community groups that have a perspective on performance metrics to please reach out either individually through BES info email address or even through our website so that we can identify relevant and timely topics to bring to a board discussion versus individual conversations. So thank you.
I'm just going to add
Yes.
all stakeholders, not just community groups, but we're open to all stakeholders.
Business community and public community, all stakeholders, all community members. Thank you. And thank you, Ingrid. Take it away.
And thank you for letting me do 2 presentations to maximize my trip up from the Central Valley. So I did want to talk about performance metrics at the outset, because to me, this is one of the most important duties and authorities of the board so that we can gauge how we're doing and course correct if in fact we're not seeing the improvements that we want to see as a result of the additional oversight from this board. If you could go to the next slide. There's been, I think, some confusion about DTSC's role versus the board's role in developing performance metrics. And it's been my view that while DTSC certainly can weigh in on performance metrics, and in fact, it's written into the language, the board has ultimate authority to adopt those based not only on DTSC's recommendations and guidance, but all stakeholders. And, I wanted to share this language because the first version of SB 158, or one of the earlier versions of 158, there were lots of versions, actually did envision that DTSC would take a leading role and that the board would adopt what DTSC put forth. And we pushed for that to be different, and that we pushed for DTSC to play a guidance role, but really wanted the board to have ultimate authority. And so if you review kind of the changes that we made from a previous version to the version that ultimately passed, you will see that we took away some of that authority from DTSC and gave it to the board. So that you can review that language. That's what it says. So yeah, just really wanted to make clear that this is the board's authority. Next slide. So the performance metrics we really see as an accountability tool. If we don't know where we're going, we can't tell when we get there, or if we're having progress in the right direction. So as I just said, the director can provide input, but the board retains discretion on what priorities and performance metrics it ultimately decides to adopt and what DTSC will ultimately track. Consideration adoption of these performance metrics must happen through a public hearing. We wrote that into the language, meaning that the board must solicit, receive, and consider public comment prior to adopting the department priorities and performance metrics. And I should say there's two things written into the bill. It's the priorities and the performance metrics. So those are 2 separate things. And then the board's annual review and report to Cali PA, its annual review of the director, and the annual legislative oversight hearing are all accountability tools, that these performance metrics can be measured and reported to all of the different authorities that have a stake in making sure that DTSC is operating. So again, the performance metrics is super important for the accountability piece of the board's responsibility. Okay. So the language really asks performance metrics both for the agency or for the department, overall, as well as the program areas. There's different ways to cut this. This is one possible way of doing it. So actually creating performance metrics for each of the different program areas. I do want to note, and I wasn't sure quite where to put it, but I put pollution prevention in. Pollution prevention was cut as a program area many years ago, 2012, I believe. But it's our view that this has got to be an important duty of DTSC, and we have to rebuild it back in to DTSC's responsibilities. And so I do think the board should also look at pollution prevention and determine some performance metrics around that program area, even though it is dormant at this time. Next. So I actually encourage folks to actually look at the PowerPoint, because these are all links that I've provided. So we're not acting within a vacuum. And yes, there's going to be lots of stakeholder input, but people have been pointing out concerns with DTSC for decades, and there's been a lot of work already done. So this is just a snapshot of some of the previous reports going back to over a decade ago on, what are the problems at DTSC? And so I kind of tried to do it in somewhat chronological order. But so these are all reports. The independent review panel, for example, they did a pretty deep dive. So, we're not acting in a vacuum. We don't need to start from scratch, and folks should get familiar with some of these documents up here. Another thing that we should use is in 158, there was also the creation of something similar to an EJAC, Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. The bill describes as a forum that represents communities across California impacted by DTSC's programs. And their role is to provide environmental justice advice, consultation, and recommendations, both to DTSC, but also to the board. And so I know it's not up and running yet, and I'm hoping that we can get some updates from DTSC shortly on when we can expect this body. But the performance metrics is exactly the type of activity and plan that the EJAC could be really fundamental in helping inform. And so I just wanted to point that out, like if we could build in that feedback loop with the EJAC, that I think that would be in line with the intent of the bill. Next. So some recommendations. Performance metrics should be quantifiable and or measurable over time. We really want to measure progress, but that also requires that we know where we're starting. And so one thing to start with is to start gathering data on baseline. Where are we at now, so that we can assess whether or not we're making improvement. The performance metrics should conform to long-term aspirations. We would like to see a dramatic reduction in how much hazardous waste we're generating in California, but also capture the immediate needs, such as reducing the number of expired permits. So we want to see both long and short-term goals in the performance metrics.
Can you repeat that last part, such as reducing the
number of expired permits?
Okay.
So that's a metric that I think DTSC has kind of already been doing. So that's kind of a shorter term goal. And then finally, there should be multiple feedback loops. With the IRP, the independent review panel, DTSC was reporting on its own performance, and maybe unsurprisingly remarked that they were doing rather well. I don't think the community agreed with that assessment. And so I would ask that the board not rely solely on DTSC, though of course DTSC is going to have data that other folks don't have, but how can we build in multiple feedback loops? And like I say up here, it could be community surveys, it could be going back to the EJAC, to ground truth. What are we hearing from agency staff? And better yet, if we had some independent eyes overlooking what DTSC is reporting to make sure that that is accurate. I think this is the last slide. So just in terms of some examples, and we're going to be doing a deep dive. We're going to be giving you lots of ideas on what we think are good performance metrics. But just to give some examples, for short term, has DTSC adopted SB 673 regulations? This is a set of regulations for cumulative impacts and social vulnerabilities and permitting decisions. way overdue, many, many years overdue. Have you adopted it? Have you not? So that's an easy one. Another short-term one, like I mentioned before, how many facilities are operating on expired permits and how has that number changed over time? So we can start to track, are you making more timely decisions? However, we really ought to look at the long-term vision for California. I am really interested in seeing the statewide hazardous waste management plan, because I think that's going to help us with our long-term planning. But for example, something that I'd be really interested in looking at is looking at the average Cal EnviroScreen score of permitted facilities, or how much waste as a percentage is going to communities with higher vulnerabilities. That's something we can track numerically over time. And over time, we would hope to see that the most vulnerable communities are not so impacted by hazardous waste facilities. The other one is, again, this long-term waste reduction goal. How are we doing in terms of the amount of waste that we're generating in California, and can we track that over time? So these are kind of the aspirational long-term goals that I think we should be including. So that's all I have. Thank you.
We'll have some questions. I have a couple. And one of them is the discussion that we heard earlier from Dr. Williams allude to. The pollution prevention program was not really incorporated into the reform of the funding. And we saw that in discussions as a flow from hazardous waste. I think you had it in under consumer products before. Just wanted to know your thinking on that. I think it belongs across all programs, obviously, and I could see it from a consumer products point of view. All that does contribute to pollution, obviously, the disposal of those consumer products. Would you elaborate on that a little bit, why you thought it best fit there?
The reason I put it there, and I put it in a couple of places before that, but really I put it there because that was the program that received the funding that displaced pollution prevention.
Okay.
So it is now like the only pollution, in my mind, the only pollution prevention program that we have. And it's really focused on consumers rather than kind of the ultimate resting place of hazardous waste. So it's not under that program. It displaced the program.
I understand why you put it there now. Thank you for that. And the second question I had, the list of programs are basically the substantive programs under DTSC. And part of what I think we all have to look at, there are other services within DTSC that have an impact on how their programs function, whether it's, admin, HR, ledge, there's all kinds of, and so I think one of the questions for us to think about and for us to all think about is, we all know we're better when all of the support programs, the non-visible, non-public facing, the ones that give you what you need to do your job, whether it's IT or something else, have to also be at the highest level. So I'm wanting us to be sure that we have a way to assess that. That's a little bit less public facing, but I think in our queries to the program teams at DTSC, it will be important to understand how much are you slowed down or rerouted or redirected because of other things that might exist that are state policy even, right? I know we probably won't change any Bagley-Keene laws, but we will definitely identify the amount of extra time people spend as a result of some elements of that, for example. So is that a reasonable consideration in your mind as well?
Yeah, I think there's any number of ways to cut the programs, and I did struggle with that before landing where I did.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately looking at outcomes, big picture, because then you can kind of work back in terms of what needs to change to get to those outcomes. So, I really think looking at the big picture of what we want to accomplish at DTSC and then work backward is probably a good way to go about it.
Good point. And then I think the other thing that question that was driven by your comments is we talk about, and to something that Mr. White brought up, how much of our waste is are we exporting and how much of it are we taking care of here? And what are the risks of that? And I think that those are real issues for us to incorporate into this assessment because it was made very clear at the ledge hearing that don't come back to us telling us you're exporting more. We don't want that. None of us do. I mean, it's our waste. We should deal with it. We're California. We should be able to come up with a solution. But I think that is a hovering question. And I have heard from a number of people, well, if just get rid of this site and export it. Like, so, you know, and from people who live near those sites who, you know, we all don't want it in our yard, right? So how do we take that out of the equation?
And if I could, I mean, I hope that there's a very nuanced demonstration of where the waste is going. I'm particularly interested in how much of the waste that's exported is California only.
Right.
You know, in terms of, because I've heard that there's a lot that, you know, once it crosses state boundaries, it's able to be dumped in a municipal landfill. I would like to know how much of that is actually happening. And I would like to know of the waste that is exported, where is it going specifically and what communities are nearby and what distances? Because I think it's really easy to just say, you know, we take care of our own waste because in actuality, we don't.
Right.
Residents of Kettleman City, residents of Buttonwillow, they are bearing the brunt of our hazardous waste disposal. And so I think it's an easy out just to say we don't export our waste, we put it on Kettleman City or Buttonwillow. But I really think we have to get more nuance in terms of what are the impacts once it goes out of state.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from board members? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ingrid, for the presentation. I do have a question in relation to, I think you referenced to developing our priorities, our inputs, and developing the measurements, the outputs. I think it's really important. From your understanding, as we're developing our strategic plan, do you feel like the strategic plan should be guided by SB 673 or look beyond that? Or how do you?
Well, SB 673 is going to be looking at how DTSC considers cumulative impacts and community vulnerability in its permitting decisions. So it is pretty limited. It was also looking at violation and compliance history. That portion has already been adopted. So I mean, to me, developing SB 673 is an important priority, but it's one of many at DTSC.
And do you think as we, the board, maybe be more specific, and we, the board, as we're developing our plan and then follow it up with the matrix measurements, like what should be our boundary? Because there is a scope that we're set to do. Can you share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I frankly think your scope should be rather large. You know, you're looking at all of the program areas. So 673 would be part of the permitting program. So definitely within DTSC's program areas. So I think you should be developing metrics on a lot of things and address a lot of the deficiencies. Yeah, I think it should be rather wide in scope.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Who's next? Lizette?
I have a couple of questions and would like your input. I think, and it's also a discussion that I think we as a board need to have, and hopefully we can talk about more thoroughly and within the next couple of meetings. But we do get a lot of complaints, as you can imagine, from the public regarding, you know, DTSC, not just the history, but a lot of the decisions that get made throughout, you know, the process of cleaning up contaminated sites and dealing with a lot of the historical environmental injustices in our communities. And there is a lot of mistrust. And so one thing that I've been personally grappling with is our authority as a board. We obviously cannot tell DTSC on a day-to-day basis what to do. But I wanted to know what your thoughts are on how to take in those comments and how to use that information to feed
this, not just the priorities that DTSC has, but also the metrics that they do have. I mean, we obviously, have to have the space for DTSC to be able to address a lot of those comments. And so I think that's something that we at some point need to figure out how to deal with as a board.
Yeah, I have 3 thoughts on that. First, one idea of this board in this public setting was that just by virtue of sunlighting issues that the communities have puts pressure on DTSC that it didn't otherwise have. And I think that's a testament to the folks that testified from North Richmond today. That's exactly the type of feedback that we wanted this board to hear, because it is now public. Everyone on the Zoom, everyone in this room now has heard concerns about that site. And that is something that we didn't have before, that public forum. And the board's authority, because we did think about how do we structure the board so that there's some teeth, that there's some accountability loops, so that while you can't like direct DTSC to do something, that there's pressure points. And that's why we have those accountability tools that I mentioned before, which was you're doing a performance evaluation, both of the department and the director. So if DTSC is completely dismissive of your recommendations or your guidance, you can put that in the performance evaluation. You can report that to the legislature. So there's feedback loops. That was the attempt to give this board some authority to be more directive without just carte blanche giving you that authority above them. So that was built in. And then the third thing is we definitely wanted to give this board the ability and the direction to hear site-specific issues. And, and I think that's some item for future discussion, like how do you pick those? But, the idea there, again, was the sunlighting tool and the ability to go deeper into those controversial sites, those really problematic sites, to give communities a voice and a place to go to, that you can push DTSC if there's things happening that aren't right. So those are kind of the three different tools that this board has on specific sites.
I think our challenge is we want to do all of them all at once yesterday. And so does the community, and so does everybody in this room. So that's our juggle right now. Other comments, questions from the board? Swathi.
I had a question about your, go ahead. Okay, about the Cal EnviroScreen score that you suggested for permitted facilities. Are you suggesting that should be like publicly posted, or that there should be a minimum score? Could you just expand on that recommendation for the permitted facilities?
So right now, DTSC does have an overlay. So if you go to this website, you have to click a couple of links to get there. But there is a place where it does an overlay between permitted hazardous waste sites and Cal EnviroScreen. But in my mind, we can go a step further and actually look at trajectory over time if we figure out the average. The average score is, 80 percentile, which is probably not far off. And over time, if we're able to, figure out how to reduce the waste, so we're not transmitting as much, we don't have the need, or maybe opening new ones. I don't quite know if that's going to happen, but so we can actually track over time, our hazardous waste facilities, continuing to be located in EJ communities, or are we seeing, some change over time? So, I mean, it's a longer term goal, but it's something that numerically we can track now because of the Cal EnviroScreen score.
Thank you. And Sushma?
Thank you, first of all, Ingrid, for your very thoughtful presentation today. And we will obviously consider everything that you've shared with us today as we develop our metrics. My question is about measuring public engagement. We've heard a lot through the course of the day about how there's a distinction between outputs and outcomes. And while aspirationally, we all want to measure the impacts to the community and outcomes, we really oftentimes can only control the outputs. So my question to you is, have you seen public engagement done well and measured well? Are there examples of good that we can use versus just reverting often back to these are the number of opportunities we've provided and so on?
I mean, I'm very intrigued by this idea of using community surveys. Because I mean, there's a lot of discontent, and I'm sure you've already heard it. Communities are not happy with DTSC, and there has to be really concerted effort to rebuild the trust. And so, just gauging how communities are feeling, even as subjective as that may be, is a way to measure, how DTSC is doing in terms of rebuilding the trust. And so, I mean, that I have not seen it used, but I think it should be used. And I also think that EJAC, if we can build that right, is going to be another important feedback loop. And so hearing directly from the communities, like how things are going, I think is going to be super critical.
My other part of the question was about other organizations, state departments, local governments you've worked with that you feel like have landed public engagement well.
See, that's the problem, right? So we are
going to be the first, now. Jeannie. We'll be the first that Ingrid will be talking about, the role model for public engagement. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any great examples. I do think that this could be a model because it's, something we've built in from the start is part of the goal of this.
Are there any other board member questions or comments? Anything from you, Jess? Yeah, Angela? Yes. Yes, come talk to us.
So really quickly, we have an opportunity for public comment for those of you joining us on Zoom. If you would use your Zoom toolbar to raise your hand, and anybody joining us in person, after we have this commenter, we will go ahead and take anybody else from the room who would like to comment. And again, anybody on Zoom, if you use the raise hand function, if you would please state your name again and affiliation for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
I continue to be Angela Johnson-Mazzaros, and I'm still with Earth Justice.
Oh, good. That lasted all day. Excellent.
It's convenient because I don't have to remember over and over again. So I wanted to make three observations. So first, as we think about what's important to track here, I want to highlight this conversation about California processing its own waste. And Ingrid made comments about that. We heard comments about that from Chuck White earlier. And I want to say that, we've got 3 timeframes we're looking at: the past, the present, and the future. And we need to be able to track each one of those. And there's a whole, conversation we could have around any of those, but for the purposes of the day's conversation, thinking about how are we reducing the kinds of waste that are being developed in California, right? Always has to be the first tier. And then you build on to that, how are you going to do high quality handling of the waste that remains? And it can't be that it's enough to say, we're in California, so you should pick us, right? We have to really demand and hold to account producers, handlers of hazardous waste. And it's awesome if there is someone local who can process our hazardous waste, but it's not necessarily efficient simply because they're here. And so we have to demand that people are in compliance, that they are handling waste properly. And so there's a lot to be said about that we don't need to say now, but I wanted to really raise that up. The second is I want to comment quickly on best available science. So I love best available science. We all love science. Science is awesome. I always advocate science. And there are lots of gaps in the science. And so as we're thinking about how do we understand inputs and outputs, I'm thinking back to the conversation Dr. Williams was having earlier today about focusing on best available science, thinking about the comments you made, Board Member Ruiz, about, how do we make sure people understand the science and how are we talking to people about this? The real trick here is, what do you do in the absence of science? What do you do when the science is unclear? What do you do when the science gives you a partial answer, but not a full answer? And I would argue that that's where the hard work happens. And there, what we want to do is think about the values that we're centering. And my observation is that often in these processes, the values that we're centering is essentially power and privilege, and how that shows up in terms of corporate entities conducting their business and being able to do that and being permitted to do that and all of that stuff, right? And I want to argue that now is an opportunity for us to think about, how do we center real people's lived experiences? and make decisions when there are gaps. Make the decisions in the places where we have to choose in such a way that it leans towards real people and their lived experience rather than the convenience of industry or the importance of our economy, these nebulous kinds of things that end up setting people in harm's way and doing too little to protect them and too little to address the concerns that they've been raising repeatedly for years in various different contexts and in various different ways. And so this question about metrics is going to be really important, but it can't be it can, but it can't just be numbers and graphs and charts and inputs and outputs, but it really has to be centered in values. And we should pause as we are thinking as we go forward about making sure we are identifying and holding up what our values are going to be. And then we can build processes that align us with those values. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I have a question for you because you made a point about something that's been on my mind for a long time. We call them hazardous waste sites. We don't call them cancer risk websites. We don't call them human health risk websites. We call them hazardous. But we're looking for science that somehow can convince us of the risk assessment rather than the hazard assessment. And we don't even, so on my spectrum, I've got precautionary principle over here, and
Into
I've
the
got
microphone.
hazard, and I've got risk.
Into the microphone.
And risk.
Into
So
the
my
microphone.
point being that we're not holding this in a way where we're looking at how a community does not perceive it, right? You're living it, you're breathing it, you're getting sick from it. And so if we don't have a precautionary principle for the state of California, then at least we have to look at a hazard assessment model, which I know you do in permitting, but if you're measuring it against the science of prove that it's going to cause 1 in X cancers or 1 in Y asthmas, we're still on that more conservative, constrained side of it. So I'm interested in unpacking that. I don't know how far I'll get with that, but I think it's something that we fail to have a conversation about when we look at this, that the lived experience is not the ultimate publishable paper on 1 in X number of people are going to get cancer if they smell this 3 times a day. So I don't mean to speechify on it, but I want to say that I think it's something that we all have to keep in mind. And there's different language for it, depending on whether it's community-driven language, whether it's progressive policymaker language, or whether it's, the National Cancer Institute. So I want us to really hold all those things with a level of weight that we can infuse these metrics more to what it's like to run a facility and what it's like to live next to it. Exactly. And I think both those things are going to be imperative.
And I think that is getting to what you're saying is getting to some of what I was trying to shorthand around whose experiences get centered. And the reality is we talk about an X in a million. We don't have any idea. We have no idea. And it makes it sound like it's so exact and the community either gets it or they don't. Well, if you just show them the numbers and they'll see it's actually on a blah, 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 blah. And it's like, but that's just it's not accurate and it's not true. And more importantly, it doesn't capture all the stuff that number doesn't capture. The things we don't have the public health system to track, the causal connections over time, synergistic effects. There's so much that we don't understand that shows up in real people's lived experience. How you get there, I don't know. Let's go on this road. Let's go on this trip. But I think it's going to be important for at least for us to be clear. And what I hope as this board is stepping out and trying to think about how it's going to show up in this space is that we are at least having the conversation. So we're being transparent about the decisions that we're making and the values that we're holding and how we're
and that
walking
when new information comes, we're willing to look at it, right? I mean, we're all going to be looking a lot more at cumulative impact. I mean, that's been delved into in some public health areas, but not in all. And the cumulative impact piece is critical because none of us are exposed to only one thing over a long period of time. So I think these are things, and when new information comes in, it's not as if you can turn a whole system on the dime. So I also really want to implore some patience, because you set up policies and procedures, and then one new study over here comes out, or one new bit of information there, and I think we have to be conscious that everything isn't going to happen overnight. So but thank you. And thank you for letting me take up your time.
It was your time. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments or questions before we move on? Anyone feeling okay? I think I'm going to turn it over to you now, Swati.
Okay, so thank you, Ingrid, for that presentation. We appreciate it. And as I mentioned, all the presentations today will be publicly available on our website in the coming days. And so just wanted to circle back to the subcommittee on performance measurement and reporting, members Bhatia and Gomez. Anything else before we move on to the next subcommittee? No, okay. And member Bhatia, you're up next on strategic planning. Any updates you would like to make there?
Yes, I would like to make an update. But before I do the update, I'm going to do a preamble. And this is going to be repetition from what I shared in the past, because I want us to anchor on our approach a little bit before I share the update. Okay, so bear with me. What we talked about when we last got together was the fact that the strategic plan will have two different phases. The first phase, we're calling this the strategic plan, is simply a consumable version of our mandate that's laid out in SB 158. Okay. We feel like SB 158 is very prescriptive in terms of what the board has to go accomplish and execute on. So, and all of the strategy is already included in SB 158. However, 158 is not a consumable document that is easy for the community members to understand and for us to reference. So really, our first phase is what we're calling the strategic plan, is 158 in a condensed consumable format. It will also clarify topics in 158 that may not be very clear. So specifically, we talked about performance metrics, environmental justice, a role that we will play with advancing environmental justice goals. Those are referenced multiple times in 158, but not clearly prescribed. So our goal with phase one is to clarify aspects of 158 that are not clear, and then regurgitate and reference back to 158 where there is clarity on our mandate. So that's phase one. Phase two is what we are calling the implementation plan. It is the how we accomplish the what of the strategy. This is the specific details of when we accomplish something, who's responsible for it, how do we expect to engage with the public throughout the process. So that's phase two. So is that any questions on this part before? That was my preamble. So phase one, phase two. Any questions from the board members on this topic before I give the update? Yeah.
We don't.
All right. Okay. So with that being said, I think let's just talk about what to expect next in terms of advancing strategic plan. What we've done so far is we have a working draft of this phase one. We're going to call the strategic plan, right? The phase one strategic plan. We have a working draft of it. It includes our purpose, so our mission, why we exist. It includes guiding principles. We felt like, Angela, you made the point about how we can't always anchor on metrics and numbers. So this is our way of putting out our values on paper. So our guiding principles, transparency, accountability, making sure in everything that we do, we're taking the lens of community protection and environmental justice. These are included in our working draft. And then the third aspect is what we're calling strategic objectives. They are pulled from 158, but sort of categorized in a way that's easier for us to follow. And this document will serve as guardrails for areas we can engage on and focus on, because we are a limited number of people, And we have a very broad mandate, as you've all taken away from the course of the day today. So we will use that document as an anchor point for topics we can meaningfully engage on. Okay, so with this working document, I had the opportunity over the last few weeks to connect with each board member to solicit their input on topics they would like to see included in the strategic plan, and also get their input on specific strategic objectives and dig further into 158. So what I'll do now is give you a little bit of an overview of the themes that came up in my individual conversations. Given that we have a BK, we obviously didn't do a joint review of the working draft, which is why this is everyone's opportunity at the board to hear the kinds of input that I received. All right, so on the strategic plan, I think generally the board members, I heard alignment on this two-phase approach, which is the strategic plan and the implementation plan. There's a desire to keep this as a living document that we keep going back to. I think general understanding that we're all educating ourselves, and we will definitely uncover new information over the course of the weeks and the months we're on the board. So we, instead of calling this locked and done, we will have this as a living document on our website, and we'll keep coming back to this as we uncover new information. So that's the second thing. The third is there's a very, very strong desire to make sure that there's a public engagement component and workshopping component for our implementation plan. Given that SB 158 went through extensive reviews and public participation processes before it was adopted, we felt like the strategic plan aspect itself is already codified, but the implementation plan, or the how we achieve our objectives, we can solicit and will solicit public engagement on. So that's another theme that came up. There was a suggestion to include environmental justice as a guiding principle, in addition to listing it as a separate objective, a separate strategic objective in our working draft. So we talked about that. I think in general, these are the sort of comments that came up from the board members. So I'm going to pause here. Any questions on this input? Okay, keep going. All right. We also received input from Ingrid. So thank you again, Ingrid, for providing input. I think generally from this conversation, we took away that there's an alignment on this two-phase approach. Again, want to take this opportunity to invite other members of the community, business community and public community to engage with us on the strategic plan. I'd like to propose that we put out this working draft for public review at the next board meeting, knowing that it is a version for you all to read and react to. It'll be a living document, so the next board meeting will be the first of many opportunities for you to provide comments. That's it. Questions, comments?
Thank you, Sushma. You've been really thinking a lot about this and trying to take everything in and incorporating it. And we have a lot of different people and entities and communities to satisfy with this. So I hope you don't expect that you can do everything with it. Okay, so I just want to, it'll be living, breathing, moving, and there will be subsets of it. This is really our overarching governance piece, and then we'll be drilling down when we have individual activities or work plans for individual elements of it. So I just was trying to take a little bit of the pressure off your expectation that you complete the thesis document. Okay, thank you. Any other comments or input for Sushma, who loves to hear from people? So please do reach out to her.
Although not many people are reaching out. I've done this call at the last 2 board meetings as well. So thank you, Ingrid, for taking me up on my offer. But if there's other members that want to engage on the strategic plan, please do reach out. BES info at BES.
It's not a boring subject. No, I mean, come on, Okay, go ahead.
So the next item or subcommittee fee structure,
I'll just preface this by saying that there's many things, as you all know, that the board needs to prioritize. And so what that means is that some of these other items we need to wait on. So it doesn't mean that it's not important. It's very important. It's just about timing. And so I will say there hasn't been any movement on fee structure yet, but if Chair Rizzo or Member Bhatia have any comments about it, you can say it now.
No, there's no
or not.
comment. We know that it's not something we're going to address urgently because it's been done quite recently, and we are not in a position yet to make any further recommendations. So there's a lot that goes into that. If it were determined that we wanted to make any changes in the fee structure, that's a big, long process. So we need to get the rest of our house in order before we go and proffer a change like that. We're not positioned with the structure or the credibility yet to do that.
And then permit appeals. I know we heard a lot about that earlier this morning, but I just wanted to circle back with Member Ruiz and Vice Chair Hacker to see if there's anything in addition that we missed from this morning.
I don't think we've missed anything. I just would really like to reiterate the importance of having the public's input on this important process, and really do encourage you all to attend one of the workshops or email us with any comments or questions or concerns.
Okay, next subcommittee is Hazardous Waste Management Plan, Member Ruiz and Member Bhatia.
Yes, so as you all know, hazardous waste management is very important, and it's part of our mandate to approve the upcoming report from the hazardous waste management team. They have been having numerous trainings throughout the last couple of months. They have a very wonderful website that really summarizes a lot of the work they've done. And they also have links to not only the slides, but also the presentations. And I can read some of these topics that are already available. The first one was conducted on June 22nd with the topic of universal waste current findings, methodology, and next steps. The second happened on July 20th, and they really had a really thorough presentation on manifested hazardous waste definitions, methodology, data, and the last workshop was on August 3rd, dealing with hazardous waste transportation, distance between generators and destination facilities, transportation options, and considerations for transportation costs. And these are very thorough presentations that have a lot of numbers, and I feel like a lot of the questions that were brought up today might be answered in a lot of those presentations, and a lot of the ideas too on what to do with hazardous waste. I think that's very important to provide the team with that information so that they can implement those comments onto their report. The first report is going to be due on March. And so they will be compiling a baseline of information regarding a lot of these assessments. So I do encourage the public to reach out to them with any comments, concerns, questions, to listen to a lot of those presentations, just to get a better understanding of where a lot of our hazardous waste is coming from, where it's going. And like I said, I'm pretty sure they can pull up any specific information. It really seemed like they have a lot already. But their email is DTSC_HWPlan@dtsc.ca.gov. And I understand the questions can be sent there as well as comments. Is that correct, Ryan? And so as part of the board, we have asked for access to a lot of those comments. So we should be getting those as they become compiled within the next few weeks. Anything else?
Member Bhatia, was there anything you wanted to add? Okay. So next item is environmental justice and outreach, Member Gomez and Member Ruiz.
Not much. We're just in process of working with DTSC and making sure that there is a process that we can work with. So we're in the waiting, and hopefully soon we'll have a bigger conversation.
There has been some community engagement that has happened throughout. Like I mentioned during Merida's presentation, we have been listening in on a lot of the meetings, Santa Susana Field Lab. I know a lot of us listened into the X side. We also did receive an invitation to attend a couple of the environmental justice symposium trainings. And so it has been very helpful for us to really, become familiar and listen to the public, especially regarding a lot of the concerns that have been brought up to us as a board related to Santa Susana Field Lab and to X-Site. And so I feel like beyond that, it helps really understand some of the additional work that the community members are taking upon themselves to assess the situation. This last weekend, I did attend a health fair in Maywood, put together by Comité Pro Uno. And the purpose of this health fair was to present the work that they have compiled within the X-Site 1.7 mile radius. And so they presented their report that is available on their website. I'm pretty sure you can find it if you look up Comité Pro Uno. It was a very thorough study. It involved using the Casper system for community assessment, the Community Assessment for Public Health Emergency Response Toolkit. And so it really incorporated a lot of on the ground work by community members to do their own study, their own surveys within the community, having truck counts, having air monitors placed throughout the region, and really ask questions that might not be reflected on a lot of these publicly available websites. So asking the community, what are the health concerns you have? What are you worried about? What are ailments that might affect your community? And I feel like that's something that's really important in our community. As somebody that grew up just shy from the 1.7 mile radius, I grew up literally blocks away from that cutoff. And so it's, just knowing that, a lot of the folks in our community don't have access to a lot of medical services. So a lot of these health impacts aren't recorded. And so it's really, I feel like it really highlights that data gap. And also throughout some of even the EJ symposium, talking about lead and going further into the lack of information that we might have as an agency gathering the health impacts from lead, the way that a lot of the testing has been conducted, and even though it might not be feasible, but really acknowledging that there might be, further assessment for how lead impacts our bodies, how to find that out. I know that a presentation was made on a study of baby teeth collected within the X-Site affected communities, and assessing the lead impacts from that, the accumulation of lead in that. And also the need for further assessment. I know that the USC is working with Comité Pro Uno folks in areas outside the 1.7 mile radius to really figure out, whether or not or how far we should be testing. And a lot of the community concerns had to deal with just the fact that we don't have money to really go further into, not only just cleaning up sites, because a lot of properties have been tested, but the prioritization that we've had to do, that has had to be done because there's not enough money to clean up every site. And and it's unfortunate for a lot of people. They might be just shy of that 200 parts per million cutoff, and so, or they might not have children that live on their property, but some kids still come by. A lot of grandparents own some of these properties and have their kids come by pretty often. So it really brings a lot of these concerns. I know that another concern that was brought up to me was outreach. How we've, how our elders in our community how can they have access to us when they don't have internet? They don't, they can't just go on a website or send an email. And so it really, I feel like opportunities like this really give us the chance to really see beyond what we see here. A lot of those people might not even have the time to come to our meetings. So, and I know that's been even an issue for us to to address, because of a lot of the facilities that like these don't really give us the time to have these meetings on a later time. So I think these are definitely something to keep in mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Ruiz. The next item is our subcommittee. We're still building out, and now that we have our buds, it will be kind of a loop back of public comments that we receive. We receive a lot of public comments either via email or during these meetings or otherwise. And now that we have staff that's going to be working on this and connecting with various board members on that loop back. And so that is something in upcoming board meetings that we'll have more report back on, but just wanted to let you all know that that'll be a new subcommittee. The next subcommittee is board meeting planning, which is Chair Rizzo and Vice Chair Hacker. I don't believe there's any updates there that we've already talked about, but just to call it out.
No, you've witnessed our planning.
And in the interest of time, we are going to take a 5-minute stretch break before we continue on to board liaison and the rest of the agenda items. We have about 55 more minutes of this meeting, so sit tight and I'll let Jessica call the time for them.
Yeah,
I know
so
you're gonna
if
wanna be
everyone
here for
could
the minutes, for the approval of the minutes, because I know you've all read them.
Yeah, so if everyone could return at 4:10, we will promptly restart the meeting at 4:10 p.m. All righty, so we are coming back from break now. I just want to mention that we maintain quorum with all of our board members still with us at the dais. And we will move into, go ahead, Swati.
So next we will hear about board member liaison. So liaison to Department of Defense, Vice Chair Hacker.
Gladly. I've been updating our colleagues at DoD who are represented through colleagues at the Navy. I wanted to offer congratulations to the DTSC permitting folks. They were very complimentary about the receipt, the finalization of the North Island Air Station Coronado permit, which was done in a 2-year period, according to them, went extremely well. I think this good news and huge progress of meeting these DTSC permitting metrics is part of what Wayne and his team are seeking to achieve. And they were very complimentary. After our next meeting in September, DTSC and DoD will have one of their regular leadership meetings, which I may be able to attend and can then report back to the board.
Thank you. And you're still on liaison to Water Board.
I think in the interest of time, I don't have any new information with regard to Water Board, Ocean Protection Council, Cal Recycle. So I will endeavor to bring that to our next meeting.
Thank you. And Member Bhatia, liaison to California Air Resources Board.
I'll keep the update short. We're in communication with the Deputy Director of ARB, as well as their Environmental Justice Liaison. We're in this exploratory phase where we're trying to figure out what are the areas of potential collaboration. So we've already identified a few areas like metal shredders and green chemistry and brake pads and so on. We spoke a little bit about the AB 617 Community Air Protection Program and perhaps finding opportunities for us to work with them as they develop these community plans. So more on that in future meetings.
Thank you. And I also wanted to announce that we'll have 2 new liaisons. One, Member Bhatia will be liaison to the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, OEHA, and Member Gomez will be liaison to Cal Environmental Protection Agency Tribal Affairs.
Right. We had a great connection with Lauren Zeiss. Lauren, if you're on Zoom. We really appreciated that. And she's very eager and welcoming for your liaison, Sushma. We had an opportunity to meet with her and identified a number of areas of overlapping interest and concern as they create steering committees that might be appropriate for you to be part of, or working committees. So, and they also have a metrics obligation around environmental justice that they're working on. So I think that's something for the follow-up. So anyway, want to just say we set that up for you. She's ready for you.
And before we go to the next agenda item, I'm gonna give it back to Jessica for public comment.
So we do have another public comment, and this is regarding performance metrics presentations. So Mr. White, if you'd like to step up to the podium and make sure to speak directly into the microphone.
I'll do my best. Chuck White again. I'll try to be real brief. I was thinking you were going to have further comments after Angela spoke, but then you moved on. But I just a couple comments about Ingrid's presentation. I wish she was still here. The issue of Cal EnviroScreen is you should be aware that it's kind of weighted heavily against hazardous waste facilities because there's a specific category in Cal EnviroScreen for hazardous waste facilities and generators. There's also a category for solid waste facilities, but not solid waste generators. And there aren't any other industrial activities in California that are specifically called out in Cal EnviroScreen. So at the beginning, all hazardous waste facilities are on Cal EnviroScreen, at least at some level, simply because they exist. And it has nothing to do with how much emissions or how much releases are happening. And so Value screen is a tool that California has chosen to use, but it's not a perfect tool. And I just wanted to simply make the point that it weighs heavily against hazardous waste facilities simply because they exist. Doesn't include refineries, doesn't include other types of facilities, warehouses, for example, that there's a lot of concern about lately. So just wanted to bring that up. You should be aware of that concern. Let's see, I think I had one more thing. What was it?
Chuck, let me just ask for a point of clarification since
Sorry?
may I ask a point of clarification?
Of course.
It's on there. Is that a weighted score because it's on there? Is the score weighted in some way because
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay,
But it's,
well, that's a
I
question.
can respond to
We'll
that if you
explore
like.
that. I don't know if its presence changes its overall score.
Oh, yeah, well, simply because you're a hazardous waste facility, you have a score.
Oh, okay.
That's my point. And other operations that have
All right,
contamination.
we'll dig into that, and it's perfect opportunity since you'll be working.
Let's see, what was my other one? The other issue was, I think Ingrid brought up, and she did a great presentation, and I don't really take exception to it other than that you brought it up, is the fact that you not only want to make sure you know where hazardous waste are going for treatment, storage, and disposal in California, but you should look at also stuff that's being exported for hazardous waste storage and disposal, and making sure you're able to understand what the impacts of your decisions might be on that whole various options that exist. Last time I looked, or last time I heard from DTSC, they were estimating about 50% of all hazardous waste generated in California is exported to other jurisdictions, many of which don't have the same kind of environmental controls that California has. So I understand your primary charge is the Board of Environmental Safety for California. It's an appropriate role, but just remember there's other folks that may be subject to hazardous waste exposure simply because it's being exported to other jurisdictions that don't even operate close to California standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair? So can I quickly add, since Mr. White mentioned the hazardous waste management plan, I wanted to reiterate that a lot of valuable information related to these topics is included within a lot of the presentations provided by the hazardous waste management plan group. And everything's very neatly compiled on their website. And I forgot to encourage the rest of the board to really go through those presentations and recordings. I feel like that's really going to help us understand when March comes around, really understand the comments that are going to be coming in, and also help us assess the draft report.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been sending them out every time
Swathi
their
can
group
send it out.
has a public workshop. I remind you all, so it's in there.
Yeah.
Just a reminder for our interpretation to limit the amount of crosstalk.
Yes, guilty as charged.
Oh, okay. Next, agenda number 8. It's back to you, Chair Rizzo, on stakeholder engagement. Or do you want me to talk about this?
Okay.
I don't think your mic is on.
So after the last board meeting and the board tours that all the various board members had done, they compiled reports of their different experiences, the organizations that they met with, and those reports are posted on our website. And so right now is the opportunity for the board members to ask each other any questions. They've all read each other's reports. If they had any questions about any of the site visits, organizations, anybody that they met with in July.
So maybe we can start with Lizette, Member Ruiz, if you have any comments or questions about your fellow board members' engagement reports.
Yes, I had a quick question regarding some of the concerns brought up by community members related to Exide, the cleanup process. I believe there was a comment about housing, offsite housing opportunities related to the cleanup. I did hear some concerns related to that at the community event in Maywood. And so I wanted to see if you can clarify whether or not the concern was related to whether the residents were offered the opportunity to have offsite housing. It's my understanding, and during the health fair, DTSC did have the opportunity to present updates on the cleanup and how to sign up for testing and subsequent cleanup. It was my understanding that residents who have health concerns that might be exacerbated by the cleanup activities have the opportunity to have a hotel paid for if the cleanup takes longer than 2 days. So I'm curious as to what concerns related to that you guys received.
Lizette and probably Georgia as well, if you guys can kind of get a little bit farther back from your microphone because there's getting a lot of pushback.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you hear me? This is good?
a little bit closer.
Closer? Yeah, like that?
Right
Like
there,
that?
yeah.
All right. Try not to. Yeah, so in regards to the concerns that we heard, and I'm trying to kind of recall my memory, so I apologize if I don't express everything, but it was more about when there was agreement of the person wanting to go through the cleanup process. Sometimes, depending, there's not like a specific, this is always available, but hotels are available for a certain amount of time. There's a meal, also stipend. So if they're not going to get relocated for the cleanup duration, they would also, in addition to relocation, they would also get meal stipends as well. So the relocation for the cleanup period was for sure, I believe, offered to our seniors, if I remember correctly.
If I may
Yeah.
just add, I took away from the site visit that there's a framework or some criteria that would trigger this offsite relocation package. Part of it might be like their seniors are unable to maybe move, or there might be another consideration which is medical related. If there's some pre-existing health conditions and they just cannot be in proximity of a cleanup site, they'd get offered. But I do recall that it wasn't an automatic provision offered to everyone who is going through a cleanup.
Yeah, that was correct. It's case by case.
Yeah, and I believe that was the concern, that it's something that's not mentioned to everybody, and so something like asthma might not be readily visible. So I think that's definitely something to keep on our radar, as far as, whenever Exide Commons updates do come up, to really make sure that that's something that's offered or at least noted for the people
Well,
receiving.
let's remember too, there is a community advisory committee for the Exide program. We should find out what that is. Talk with Jessica now, and comments or questions from community members that they have a community advisory group as well.
Yeah.
So we should, now that we're in the place where we can set something up with our ombuds to say, where do some of these questions and comments go? And ones that we want to hear back, how does that work?
Yeah.
So for our own learning. So I don't think we're particularly able to answer our own questions often, right?
Yeah.
We need to get them to the right people. So we'll be, and that's a really good point in establishing some of the work planning for our ombuds, right?
And it might be a question, that might have, or it might be an incident that has to do with training the people that are, overseeing these cleanups one by one, or it might just be, maybe we need more money. We obviously need more money for these cleanups, but if something, it is
Right,
pretty
and-
important for.
Right.
residents and it
getting
especially
it back into the proper place for
Yes.
it, right? I mean, that's our role, right?
Yes.
Our role is to see to it that it's heard and that the appropriate people have it and can respond, and then we understand the response. Even if that response is, we only have enough money for 2 nights, or whatever the answer is. We may not think that's a great answer, but it may be the answer.
And it might be information that we can bring up during the MPL process as well. Now that, hopefully more money is going to be available.
Yeah, that particular site is not about us having an appeal for it. I mean, we're not involved in.
NPL, the National Priority List, NPL list.
Well, and there is, right.
Oh, no.
Okay. All right, then.
Any other questions from any of the board members about each other's reports?
I have a question. And to Jeannie's point, we may not have the answer. So I'm just going to ask the question and note that we will all have to understand this better and educate ourselves. So this is for Jeannie and for Lizette, related to your site tours and meetings. You, in your notes, talked about a land use covenant, about how DTSC has the authority to place a land use covenant on sites to prevent other polluting facilities from repeating history. So it's a note for us to understand the history of how this authority has been used in the past, and whether or not the board can influence and shape how DTSC uses this approach.
Just really quickly, a note on land use covenants. They are used to prevent, so if a site is cleaned up to, for instance, a commercial industrial standard, it prevents a business or entity from developing something that is not commercial industrial. So for instance, residential or another site that is considered a sensitive receptor, which would be hospitals and daycares and things like that. So that's how that's used, is to prevent these sensitive receptors from being built on contaminated or commercial industrial levels.
No, this is.
What was this in relationship to?
The KIPP school, right?
No,
Pardon?
Exide actually.
Oh, Exide.
It sounds, from the notes I'm taking away, that this came up in your stop 2, which is the Exide location and the Maywood residential neighborhood. You talked in your notes about placing a land use covenant.
May I suggest that we could have a briefing in the future on the larger topic of institutional controls and how they're put in place at the state and federal level, how they work at the local land use authority level. So why don't we just make a placeholder for the institutional controls, among which are land use covenants.
Yeah, because I think something like this can fall across pretty much every site we visit. I honestly thought it was related to KIPP schools because I know that came up as well. The fact that, these industrial sites have the potential to be developed with schools, charter schools or private schools that don't necessarily fall under the oversight of DTSC as the regulations currently stand.
It is true for the site that they want to put a KIPP school on, that it's not under the authority of DTSC because it's a charter school. It's the local city council who rejected the very environmental impact report that they commissioned, and they overruled it and said it still could be built. That was then followed by a local community group litigating, and that's where that is now. So there's a number of things that are beyond the control of DTSC or the board, but certainly feed into, they can push those up to Cal EPA and to the governor's office and the legislature. And when it comes time to identifying issues for the legislature that have impacted communities, we certainly could include in our ledge report coming upon those kinds of things, and the legislature could act to change that, because they don't have the authorities to do it, is our understanding.
Chair Rizzo, I'm going to have Greg chime in for some clarification.
Yeah, actually, I reviewed the notes from the tours in July, and the Kudahi matter in particular was interesting to me. And so I reached out to the attorney that represents that community group that filed the lawsuit against the city. She actually sent me the judgment that was issued by the trial court in that matter. And it's an interest. I was interested because it's a CEQA case. And because that site does not actually appear as a DTSC cleanup site, which is surprising to me. I assume that that would be, already sort of identified by DTSC as a site, but in fact it isn't. Apparently they haven't reached that part of the process yet to come to DTSC for cleanup guidance and oversight. But what I can tell you about that is that the city made a determination that a school could be allowed as a ministerial approval under the zoning. And the lawsuit was aimed at that because ministerial actions are exempt from CEQA. And the theory is that if a city does not have the discretion to impose conditions, then they lack the authority to impose mitigation measures, and essentially it renders the CEQA process ineffectual. And the judge disagreed with the city, found for the petitioners, sent it back to the city, remanded, and demanded that the city go through the CEQA analysis, comply with CEQA, not exempt the project. But the city and KIP have appealed that decision. And so that's the current posture, is it stayed. I believe they do have settlement discussions and so forth. But that's kind of the latest and greatest I was able to gather on that.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? All right. Next agenda item. Are we fine to go to the next agenda item? Yep. No. Pending appeal update. So I am going to just read through two of the pending appeals, the issue memorandum. So first, on July 28th, 2022, Lighting Resources LLC, a California limited liability company, filed an appeal on the permit decision for its Ontario facility. The appeal alleges legal and factual errors in the permit and disputes a policy determination involving the management of universal waste as hazardous waste. The permit decision does not take effect until the board appeal processes is complete. The appeal will be decided by the board once the board has established its appeal procedures, which is anticipated in early 2023. Any questions by the board members? Next, on August 4th, 2022, on behalf of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights, Earth Justice filed an appeal of a temporary authorization approved by the Department of Toxic Substance Control, DTSC, for Cometco to install and operate a compression auger and centrifuge. DTSC approved the temporary authorization on July 22nd, 2022. The appeal is based on the following grounds. One, DTSC's granting of the temporary authorization is unlawful, and two, DTSC failed to meet CEQA requirements. Due to the filing of the appeal, the temporary authorization does not take effect until the board's appeal process is complete. The appeal will be decided by the board once the board has established its appeal procedures, which is anticipated in early 2023. Any questions by the board? All right.
I have a couple of comments to add with those. First, as we heard today, the appeals process itself has some complexity. And so DTSC has information on its website to help the public understand the process. That, of course, still relates back to the old process. It refers to the DTSC permit appeals officer, et cetera. So we are in the process of updating that. Obviously, the board now has a role there. And so we're changing and just letting the public know. It was already mentioned earlier today by board member Alexis mentioned it. But just to reiterate that that's something that you can see coming on the website, hopefully in the next week. That's one thing. Second thing, I provided guidance to the board members around one specific aspect of hearing appeals. It is the prohibition on ex parte communications. You have already added that to your guidance document. What the guidance document provides you is the basic rule. And what my guidance document does is helps to answer in a questions and answers format some of the more nuanced questions around that. So who can you talk to? When can you talk to them? What can you talk about? You know, before a decision's made, while an appeal's pending, all of those things. So I hope that you all find that to be helpful and informative. And of course, we are also going to make that available to the public so that you can see it as well. And you know how to approach the board on those specifics and how to steer clear of those. Ultimate goal being to allow the board members to participate in these discussions and not to have to recuse themselves or to preserve the process and its integrity and keep it fair and transparent, so forth.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, I think it's time for the minutes. Are y'all excited? Okay,
In the Academy Awards, when they get to Best Picture.
Oh yeah, this is the Best Picture Award, yes. The picture of, okay, we have minutes to approve and I think you will find which one?
They are for May
May
19th and June 10th.
2022 minutes. Thank you for the effort to make them not a verbatim transcription, which we did in the past, which just erring on the side of not being clear what we had to do. So now they're so much easier, and I know you've all read them and memorized them. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes.
Into
and
the
then
microphone.
Any amendments can come after that if you have any. So anybody so move?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the agenda item 11, the minutes for the May 19th and June 10th meetings.
One at a time, please.
Okay, sorry.
That's right.
I move that we adopt the minutes for the May 19th meeting.
Is there a second? Georgette seconds. Any discussion, comments, amendments, concerns? You just love the minutes, right? Okay. Jessica, can you take the roll on that motion to approve the May 19th minutes as presented?
I certainly can. Alexis Strauss-Hacker.
Aye.
Jeannie Rizzo.
Aye.
Georgette Gomez.
Yes.
Sushma Bhatia.
Yes.
And Lizette Ruiz.
Yes.
All in. Wow. All have approved the decision is unanimous. The motion is approved.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to June 10th. And again, these were shorter. So may I have a motion to approve the June 10th minutes?
This is Liz. I so move.
Lizette, so moved. Do we have a second?
I second.
Sushma, seconded. Any discussion, amendments?
A question, a point of order for our attorney. If I don't participate in that meeting, can I? If one of us is not present for the meeting, can we approve the minutes or do we recuse?
Did you review the recording for the meeting?
Who was this? Who are you talking to?
I mean, I don't know which board member was absent from
Liz.
the meeting. Liz.
I was there.
No.
Oh, June 10th.
For June 10th.
June 10th, this was to approve the contract.
Oh, the contract. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
You were not
I
present.
I was not present for that.
All right.
For catching that.
We're going to pull
I'll be-
back a little bit.
I'll be happy to make a
And
motion.
Greg, She wasn't present, so should we redo this motion?
Was she going to withdraw her motion?
Yeah, I withdraw my motion.
She can motion, she just,
She just withdrew her motion.
Okay.
So let's start over. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll be happy to make the motion, Gomez.
Gomez may move to approve the June 10th.
I second.
Bhatia seconded. Can we call the roll, please?
yes. Jeannie Rizzo,
Yes.
Shrishma Bhatia,
Yes.
Georgette Gomez,
Yes.
Lizette Ruiz,
Yes.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker.
Yes, but I think that Board Member Ruiz has to recuse.
I think you need to recuse yourself if you
Okay.
weren't there.
Abstain.
Even if I was briefed, or
Abstain.
I guess I could abstain.
We're having a parliamentary crisis. Give us 1 minute. Geez, the easiest thing on the whole agenda. I know. Wait, I know.
I'll
I know.
abstain. It's fine.
Good
Thank you.
practice.
So we have 4 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention. The motion passes.
Excellent.
And look, we're back
Okay.
on track in terms of timing.
Woo.
Oh, that was fun. We are now coming to the, I know, we're now coming to the end. Where are we on the agenda? We are now just going to have reflections, correct?
Agenda items by Member Strauss-Hacker.
Yes, thank you. Strauss-Hacker.
The board's next meeting in the Bay Area will include a continued focus on receiving public input on permit appeals. And to that end, by the time we next meet, on our website, we will see the ex parte guidance to the board that our attorney just referenced, with the goal, as he stated, of preventing board members from recusing themselves as these actions come live. We have received a request for different forms of engagement that we're going to discuss internally and decide how we can continue our practice of engaging with community members and inviting briefings as appropriate. For example, today we talked about earlier the idea of a DTSC presentation to highlight the successes and challenges in community engagement, and possibly to talk about a particular example in Oakland, for example, the vapor intrusion operation on Webster Street. Again, I'm reiterating that some of these are just ideas for the September meeting and not necessarily on the September agenda. We are interested, Board Chair Rizzo mentioned a meeting with OEHA's Director Lauren Zeiss, and we would be interested in a future OEHA presentation to the board on what OEHA is working on presently. We're going to continue to solicit input and presentations, if appropriate, on permit appeals. We may talk further about our strategic plan draft. And then in my notes, whether in September or at a future meeting, we may talk about institutional controls in a briefing from DTSC, and we'd probably benefit from a good Cal Enviro screen briefing at some point. So those are some of the ideas. We might also venture further into some opportunities as long as we are likely to be in Oakland, which is one of the Cal EPA environmental justice communities, of talking about the Cal EPA environmental justice MOA and inviting some community members to talk about that. So that's also a placeholder, and we'll see what we can work out.
Great. And does that include action items from today's meeting? Do you feel like we've covered both those elements?
If you give me a moment, I'll reread my notes for action items, but to your left, you have 2 board members interested in chatting.
I wanted to add a briefing on performance metrics by DTSC, either at the next board meeting or for consideration at the future one.
Got it.
I have a suggestion for a presentation. So I know that when I talked to my friends about my interest in the ombuds position, a lot of them didn't know what it was. So it is a very jargony term. So I would put forth presenting on the ombuds office, what it is, what it does, and where we are so far on at the next meeting, you know, what the
Thank
status
you.
is of that.
Right, because there's there's SB 158, and then that's the way that it got set up. So I think it's going to be important to clarify, talk about duties, scope, access. And so that's an excellent idea. Thank you. We'll put that on the future agenda. Thank you for that, Jessica.
And I have just one more suggestion or recommendation. We discussed a little bit, throughout the meeting about the past, present, and future of and how these things go. So maybe possibly a brief kind of recap from the hazardous waste management plan, just maybe in a short presentation. I know they're doing their own workshops, but it might be good to also have it here.
Right.
Yeah, I'll circle back. I know that their team is very busy, and at the appropriate time, we can have them come and present. We've been having ongoing internal meetings with the committee member Bhatia and member Ruiz, but when the time is appropriate, we'll have them come and present.
Right, and part of what we'll be discussing over time, and you and Swathi will spend quite a bit of time on this, your inclusion now it's different, right? So we're not just trying to pull you away from your role at DTSC, but incorporating into various onboarding activities that we do and really outlining a really good work plan for you in terms of getting up to speed from the perspective of the board, as opposed to from your perspective in the role that you played in public participation for DTSC. So we're looking forward to that transition. We'll now have some reflections, unless you're ready, Alexis.
I can do both. We didn't have the same kind of action items as in prior board meetings. As a result of the DTSC presentation on the permit process, I wanted to, on behalf of the board, thank Wayne, Mohammed, and Paul, and their presentations will be posted on our website within a week or two. In terms of the comments we received, Ingrid Brostrom has kindly agreed that her presentation will be available on the permit appeal process recommendations on our website. And I join with board member Ruiz in inviting your input to our upcoming workshops. The meeting resumed after lunch with a quorum. We received public comment for items not on the agenda, with a particular focus on a North Richmond contaminated site, where the proposed remedy for the site is being disputed with regard to cleanup levels for contaminants such as lead and arsenic. And we will follow up with DTSC Berkeley. From Director Williams, we heard a host of updates resulting from her appearance with Chair Rizzo at the legislative hearing, and other more contemporary things with regard to the Santa Susana Field Lab settlement agreement with Boeing being in effect, with the draft permit being released for Fibrotech, the recent nail products webinar, and the recent Exide public meeting. So those are just a quick recap, and I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Really quickly, if any of the public would like to provide any sort of things that the board should be looking at or adding to their agendas, please email us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov.
Lizette, rapid fire, 1-minute presentation on today's meeting and reflection.
I feel like it went really productive, and I really do appreciate the public's input as well as the board. I feel like these moments seem very rare. I think with all the work that's been going on, it definitely doesn't feel like it's been a month since we met, but I'm so happy that we're all here together.
Great, thank you. Sushma?
Huge thank yous to all the people that presented, Ingrid, Meredith, Paul, Wayne, Mohammed, also public comments from Angela, Debbie, and then the community members from North Richmond. There are two things that were really memorable for me from today. One is the detailed discourse and learning around the permit appeals process itself. I'm personally walking away with a lot more information to be able to guide and advise and develop the future process. That's one. The second thing I appreciated is all the notes, the time that the board members took to write down their notes from the site visits and the community meetings. The fact that it's in public record and we're able to read it, just adds to my learning. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Sushma. Georgette?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the board members that did a lot of prep work to put this meeting together, specifically on the permitting discussion. Both Liz and Alexis, thank you for that. And you know, the public engagement, I always appreciate it. So thank you for folks that were here and participated in person as well as over Zoom.
Thank you, Georgette.
I wanted to note in the 6 months since we have been stood up as a board and been built by our formidable chair, that it's lovely to be at this point where we have our executive officer, we have our board attorney, we have our ombuds, and the AGPA, whom I think we will be introducing at our next meeting. So I really have the sense of the organization being built to carry out the mandates that we've been given. I appreciate those of you who've come time and again to our meetings and borne with us throughout the long day. I wanted to thank our translators, Fabiola and Mark, for their services today, as well as CSUS. I know we have a slide of a group of folks. I have at least 10 on my list that we want to thank.
Right.
And Corinne, you may have that. Here we go.
I'd like to hear also from Swathi, as you now are on your, what, third meeting, second, fourth? How many meetings?
Feels like 100. No, just kidding.
Feels like
And
100.
we're planning into 2023. No, we have a lot to do, and I hope the board walks away from these meetings re-energized of, all right, let's get to work. And I know that there's a lot of things that everybody wants the board to focus on, and it's so important to do this thoroughly and do it well. And so I thank you for your patience, because this is going to take time. These are some big things that the board members have to consider. So it's, again, thank you for your patience through all this and continued patience through the next few years. As we've been talking about public engagement and how DTSC can do this better, I also want to hear about how we can do this better. We are new, we're starting, so we're all ears right now. There are things that are within our capacity that we can do, and there's things that we just can't, but we're still all ears, and we want to know, how can we do this better? We've heard about holding some of these meetings in the evenings. I've been trying, and it's just been a limitation on finding facilities that even allow us to have evening meetings. It's been a real challenge. We've heard you loud and clear, and we're still trying to do that. But if there's other things that are barriers in terms of participating and engaging in these meetings, let me know so that we can address that and make it a more inclusive process and make it more engaging and make the board members more accessible. And then, thank you to Greg, your first board meeting. So happy to have you on board. And yeah, those are my parting thoughts. Hopefully by the next board meeting, we'll have even more staff to announce.
That's right. So Greg, being that it's your first board meeting officially, I know you were watching us on your video before that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Spying on us.
Yeah, but I'm happy to be here. This is an accomplishment, or one meeting down now, several to go. So happy to be working with you. I'm looking forward. Glad to be able to provide support to you all. I hope I can be of service to you. Please use me as a resource. Don't hesitate. Don't do it all at once, but certainly you can rely on me. So I intend to do everything I can to give you that support, and I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Greg. And you have been a resource, so very much appreciated. Jessica, as your mixed role here.
Oh, I'll go after you.
Okay. Your mixed role here as board clerk and ombuds, and you'll probably be board clerk at the next meeting too. No, we'll see.
No, I'm going to successfully transition that over to our new
That's right.
board clerk. So, thank you all so much for having me, letting me, facilitate these meetings and for giving me the opportunity. I'm honored to become the ombuds, and I am excited for what that position holds. So,
Great, thank you. Swati, you had something else you wanted to say?
I also just, again, wanted to thank all of the presenters today. Wanted to thank Wayne, Mohammed, Paul, Ingrid. These presentations were really informative. I know we've been meeting with some of you over the past several months, but just to have it sink in again, and I know it takes a lot of time out of all of your days to create these presentations, to come and engage with the board. So I really wanted to really thank all of the presenters. Also, to put these board meetings together, we're running on a skeletal staff, and so it takes a lot of people in the background. So again, thanking DTSC staff, Kathleen, Matt, Jerry, Elsa, Catherine, Helio, Jennifer, Kim, Jessica, the Cal Recycle AV staff, Abraham, Joaquin, Josh, CIT interpretation staff, Mark, Fabiola, Chandler, and then CSUS staff has been great. Corin, Orit, Sue. I've leaned on all of you for various things, and I know I've come to a lot of you last minute. Can we do this? Can we do that? So thank you for your flexibility. It's been such a pleasure working with all of you, and I look forward to the future meetings as well.
Thank you. And I'll just add my gratitude. I started with gratitude and I want to conclude with that. You filled us today with a lot more to think about and a lot more to consider. Every single person here contributes to us becoming a better and more effective board. So I want to thank you for that. And on that note, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
Second, Gomez.
Okay, Georgette, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is unanimous. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you all so much.